Don't you trust me?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Don't you trust me? Exhausted their use. No one will stand in my way.
First love. ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I know what they desire. How tempting. Indulge me.
An enemy has been slain.
They've exhausted their use. Don't hold back. Shall we?
Shut down. An enemy. Enemy double kill. Rampage. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
How tempting.
An enemy has been slain.
No one will stand in my way. Ha! It's too late for mercy.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Tell me a secret. Don't you trust me? Don't hold back.
Shut down.
Tell me a secret. It's too late. Shall we? They're mine now. I know what they do. How tempting. In touch.
Enemy kills.
Don't hold back.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Lay the trust of their youth.
turret has been destroyed.
I know what they desire. Don't you trust me? I know what they desire. How tempting.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
you trust me?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They're mine now.
Rampage. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Indulgent.
And of course, this is a very good weekend for those newer teams. They can play 3 games. They can gather a lot of information from that. Astralis, of course, looking for their first win. Vitality, on the other hand, they've impressed a lot of people in their first weekend, and it seems like this lineup with the new blood in the top lane is really finding its form.
I'm a huge fan, and like I do not have the same level of understanding. Definitely the fish of the rest of the analysts. But when I can clearly see the game plan, the coordination, the teamwork that Vitality are demonstrating, their understanding of how to execute team comps, if it's clear for me to see, it shows how good it is working at the team level. I, in particular, have been very impressed with Skeens' impact in the early game across the 2 previous games. He's helped out his laners, he's had a positive influence, and that has led to Vitality looking really, really good in the early to mid game.
Let me maybe ask a follow-up question, because also not as knowledgeable as the Fish Show, but to me it did seem like
Stop praising me.
they had very good game plans and know what their composition is supposed to do in the early parts of the game, but I'm still seeing, of course, in the mid and the late game, especially that game versus Schalke, that late game shot calling, which we also called into question a couple of times last year, is something that needs a bit of work, but again, that's one of the hardest things to get under control as a new squad.
I mean, 100%, it's super difficult, especially in the game itself. You're working without perfect information, enemy team is trying to make moves to counter whatever you're doing. Like, there's a lot of things you have to be able to do and recognize very quickly. That's so hard to do without a lot of experience or maybe very bold players, but I think they found ways yesterday to kind of help that, you know, you add in the supportive Ashe build where you get arrow on, like, what is it, 35-second cooldown?
37 seconds.
30-second cooldown. You have Ornn top lane, so you bring like really easy long-range engage and CC, and that actually helps you find picks that it leads to a Baron and then leads to a win.
I mean, from your perspective, you say this is a team that you don't like preparing against necessarily. Why is that?
I mean, I think they're flexible. I think they have individually good players who can take over a game if they get a comfort pick, and that even is down to support, which is not something a lot of teams have. So I think that makes them annoying to play against. And yeah, I just think strong early game is always hard for me. Not that I'm preparing, but as when I'm watching, because when I see a team, you know, like Vitality get ahead against my team, I get nervous because
we were in the room yesterday.
It really sucks, and then they create that one pick, you know, with an Ashe arrow, and they get a big objective, and then suddenly the game is theirs.
Definitely, and also kind of the Ornn pick and stuff. I like it when teams who are figuring it out, they're keeping it simple. You know, the go button is there. You know what to do.
What was it? Who was saying it yesterday on the analysis? It's a broken week 1 composition.
I think that was Ender.
To understand, simple to execute, as long as everyone's on the same page, and they did it for us.
All right, let's see what happens. First game of the day and the first game of the last day of Super Week. Well, it's been an amazing week so far, but let's kick off the last 5 games, starting with Astralis versus Vitality.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Mehdi, this is Vedi. We are here for the first 3 games of the day, and I'm looking forward to it, Vedi. It's going to be a lot of fun as we start off with Astralis versus Vitality.
Yep, we should be in for another banger. We only have bangers. See, they're either long, drawn-out, highly sophisticated games of bangers, or they're high-action, high-intense bangers. You know, it's only great games. Really.
I'll give you the fact we have some bangers, but we have some mash from time to time as well. And to be honest, having watched these 2 teams play over the last couple of days, we might be in for a little bit of mash in this game.
I was kind of thinking we might get a bit of a slow one to start off the day, but we have to wait and see. We are going to be jumping into Champions Select. So, production, cue the cool music!
There we go. Into the draft. You're beeping along, bopping along with the music there, Vedi. Yes, and we already see Talia, 100% pick ban so far in the LEC, has been removed once again. And joining her is Olaf, who is also 100% pick ban so far.
So nothing too crazy. Pantheon also going to join that list. A lot of junglers does suggest that maybe the jungle role is perhaps a little OP, but who are we to say such outrageous things? Lucian all going to be taken off the board. Belitza did, of course, play this yesterday, but a very lane-dominant pick that we've kind of been seeing a lot of here in Europe. Not so much throughout the rest of the world, but still sort of passing on from last year's meta. Kai'Sa, of course, still very prevalent in today's pick and ban, considered probably the strongest AD carry right now. Let's see how things are rounded out. We have seen quite a few Thresh bans thrown towards on the red side. Akali, of course, still is open, but has kind of fallen down prior to this. Things like Gragas, Renekton, also very high priority early game champions, but it's actually going to be Fiddlesticks. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this is a big pick for Xantara, something that he's comfortable with. I'm not sure what his history is on the champion in his competitive history, but if Vitality is banning it, it's clearly got to be directed towards Xantara.
So I am having a quick look through his competitive history. Didn't play it in Season 10, but for some reason in my head, I have it as a pocket pick for him. I can remember writing that in my notes, so not surprised it's been banned away, and there is the Twisted Fate immediately locked in for Astralis. Gonna see the Gragas and the Thresh come out for Vitality.
We were talking about this earlier, Medic. Twisted Fate in Europe has something like an 80 to 90% presence, right? It's kind of ridiculous how you are seeing it a lot throughout the rest of the world, but here in Europe, we really value this Twisted Fate pick, its ability to look for those roams about the level 6 mark, its ability to impact these lanes, and kind of a move away from some of the traditional mages. But I still expect to see them, things like the Orianna, things like the Victor, still also very powerful and prevalent, along with things like the Zoe. But Galio has been a common answer, so we'll see what Vitality do to respond to Nukeduck's Twisted Fate.
Another answer that we have seen is Sylas can work well in the laning phase into that Twisted Fate. And instead, Vitality are going to pick themselves an AD carry. Comp will be going over to the Aphelios. Hasn't played that yet this split. Of course, has played the Kai'Sa and the Ashe yesterday to great effect.
So, of course, when you always look at an Aphelios, the first thing you're going to think about is how long range is the enemy team composition? Yep. Because what Aphelios loves is when champions try to dive on top of him. Now, things like Alistar, things like Hecarim, they do a great job of diving into the base. Notice now that they picked it up on their third rotation on the red side. Things like Camille that lock you away from being able to escape to safety, and Samira, which I actually think Samira is quite a good matchup for the Aphelios. When we saw a lot of prevalence of the Samira early on, things like the LPL and the LCK, Aphelios was often used as an answer to it. So I'm a little bit surprised by that ban, but perhaps they just want to take it off of Jessica's hands. You would imagine that things like the Jhin are going to be the next big priority pick, but let's see what Vitality
30 seconds until minions spawn
right now.
Also, Vitality not needing to ban out something like the Galio that can dive onto the backline because the Alistar and the Twisted Fate. See the Graves come in here for Vitality. Schemes will be in the jungle, and Astralis need to find an AD carry that will work for Jester. As you said, Jhin very high up on the and then they will look towards their top lane as well. Renekton is still open.
minions has spawned.
Matchup.
I wonder, well, we've also been seeing a lot of range champions picked into the Gragas, right?
Yep.
We've seen things like the Lulu from
Cannon.
Excel, we've also seen the Cannon, yeah. I'm curious as to what Astralis choose to do, because I think that you don't want to voluntarily pick the Renekton into it, especially against an Aphelios. I'm not a fan. Just kind of making their lives easier by picking the champion.
Why not use play a bunch of Narn? That could... They're going to go for the
Quite like this, because I think it's nice to see that long range engage, which can then set up so if that one ultimate flash from the Aphelios maybe forces the land to go early, then you can use things like the Twisted Fate ultimate and the Hecarim ultimate. So on his
Don't
Logok do
hold
have
back.
so they can work their way up towards it a little bit easier. White Knight is pushed in the top lane as well. Seems like that's taking priority in a couple of these lanes. Skeens is working his way across towards the mid lane, but was spotted out on this one. We'll wander through
An
the
ally
lane.
has been slain.
Very obvious where he is.
An
For
enemy
Astralis,
has
but
been
he was
slain.
on his way down towards his blue buff, and then at that bottom side scuttlecraft.
Ooh, if we have a quick look at this mid lane, you can see Melita set up a very comfortable freeze. For any mid laners who've been in this position before, as Twisted Fate, you really don't like it. The bright side is you know where the Graves is because he just ran through the lane, but if you didn't have information on the jungler, you'd feel very uncomfortable because you can see how far past the midway point in this lane you are. He's kind of flying up towards the top side. He has a ward on the bot. He knows the
An enemy has been slain.
from the enemy as possible.
Playtime's over.
Bot side scuttle is just hits. Like Zanzava was on this side of the map doing his Krugs, and he didn't even path towards the river. Instead, he said, I'm gonna go all the way scuttle for scuttle. Because of this, he's not on the side of the map. He can't do anything to it.
I really like how he's playing.
They just don't
Top
care.
lane, see if he can make a successful gank happen. Looks like for now, pressure from White. He has one of the five Looks like teleports from the list. On the jungle
Don't you
mini-map
trust
right
me?
now. Hovering around. Slowly starting to move in his favor. Alright, so no crazy skirmishes. They had the trade of Stockcraft, bot lane going in favor of Vitality, and then going in favor of Walk to Fisio and on the Anastasia.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been
If it
slain.
weren't for all of the visa issues last year, I think we would have seen a lot more of Melitza's issues in mid lane, and then you bring in people like Shigata and Rogue who have just
Talking about how we can start to see the potential of
They're mine.
Shut down.
to a little bit of gets chucked out just a tad. Trade's going to come down. Both Peter and Melita will walk away slightly with it. What is a good day one idea? Because Vitality's comp on day one was a lot of poke, a lot more hanging back, and then just whereas this is go forward as cohesive just it's a lot easier for you to get over the nerves in a week.
I think when we look at the scale, in my opinion, I think Vitality do have a slight edge. Graves as well. Front line that they're going to have.
Don't
For
hold
Astralis
back.
falls on this Twisted Fate being able to find these plays early on, being able to but later into the game, this LeBlanc is going to be able to answer it. But this LeBlanc is also difficult to catch because even if she is a side lane, LeBlanc into the horn, to the dashes and the flash. It can be very difficult and let's see where Astralis going to be. It's interesting. Already moving up to the top row. Looks to be able to keep that level 6 potential to play. Just be able to come through.
Newton in the wrong color, which again is still on the wrong side of this fight. Nowhere really for the Dragon to go. He's not going to burn his crown. Gets the red as well. Trying to cycle through all the colors before he's allowed to pick a gold, but they will get first blood on the top lane.
Okay, so you could make an argument with the combined crown control of the Emperor and the Horn that he didn't see the gold cards. It is a possibility.
An ally has been slain.
It's very well been a mystical. to Nuke Duck itself.
How Nuke Duck uses this bot lane comp is ahead of Jeskler by about 20 CS as well. So yes, he's got the kill. Yes, he now.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Gonna help to get the push, but also cover Skiing's getting close to scoring. First Rift Herald and this objective control from Vitality early has been great. I'd love to see them use this Rift Herald either bot.
No one will stand in my way.
Not going for that early penetration instead. You will have that haste mythic passive instead, a little bit more cooldown reduction, get that greater rotation of spells, and you also have that burn effect. Can be pretty valuable when playing against a tank. Also, we already saw how in Europe it's just favored overall by most priority.
Q have been very regularly taking these crops just to try and funnel some more gold into the Jin.
So we talked about this earlier. Decided to go as you can see, he has a 600 lead. Thank you very much, observers, but he's still doing very well in the mid lane match. Lands.
Onto Zanzara, he's going to use the get away from Promiscu gets the second kill for Astralis of this game, and Melissa's working his way down from mid as well, but it's a 4v5 now in favor of Astralis. Looks like Nuke Duck's actually going to
shut down.
I wonder if he has teleport available. Over the wall, the curtain call doesn't quite connect to the block. Steps towards the side of Promiscu has already fallen. Melissa now knocked out by White Knight. He's going to jump across the wall as well. Quite enough damage from Jeskler as Skeens flashes away. Nuke Duck. Zanzara falls, so does White Knight, and Shigenda just comes in.
They were able to turn around, gone for the objective, but will lose so much. White Knight's going to lose so much. Let's kind of follow along, and because I think that Astralis overall just overcommitted Jungler has no escape, and Nuke Duck, he can offer 0 in this situation, so like this was just too much greed from Astralis. It was a great smoke screen, but I think that Astralis should have just turned, taken the Drake and backed off because they kind of got everything that they wanted there. And now, if you look at Melitza, 2-0-2, she has nothing but and then Vitality looks very powerful 40 minutes into the game.
I mean, you can see the gold has gone from being pretty much even to now 1,300 in the Vitality's
Killing
advantage. The Ocean
spree.
Dragon still stands on the rift, and Vitality can work their way across towards that one if they want to soon. The bottom on the top side. Duck, we said earlier when he got that first, he would need to be key carry here.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double
Astralis are able to get this free Drake because
Your team has destroyed a turret.
top side of the map. They decided to just move away from that objective entirely, instead try and trade it for another tower. So this is going to be a nice amount of gold going into his back pocket. Notice how LeBron also stayed away from Comp, so all of that tower gold will go into them, and they're going to focus on this Rift Herald. We already talked yesterday, Medic, about the second Rift Herald not always being as valuable as the first one, that's for sure, but depending on how early you can utilize it, you can really open up the map, then start setting up some deep vision, start looking for picks with this LeBlanc. And one of the things I love seeing from LeBlanc players is, hang on, a bit of a trade, kind of all over the map right now.
Before coming in, the snipe was used by Schemes. Rift Herald secured by Vitality. The eye still sits there. Teleport behind him from Shigenda. As he is forced to jump his way across the wall. Destiny from Nuke Duck. Where's he going? Straight on to Melissa, trying to catch the LeBlanc out of position. Zanzara diving in, but Melissa jumps back. However, the rest of Astralis are just waiting for him with open arms. The stun card's
Ally has been slain.
Nuke Duck was able to find that quick punish onto Melitza because all the Vitality was in the top river. He overstepped. It's all on this boosted phase. So let's have a look at this. You can see that Vitality think they're pretty safe here. They have pressure in mid, while the Gragasors has the TP to join the fight. They secure the objective, and at this point you're like, weird
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ends up getting punished. That kill can be picked up by Zanzara. Let's see whether the teams
Shut down.
they've got the stack away, but they're going to be able to easily that much more.
Enemy double.
You're kind of at that point now, too crazy, and too much. The map starts to open up a lot more, but it's less of a stress. Towers to 0. And again, kind of credits to Vitality and their individual laners. Last year they did showcase some of the promise that they have, and I think already early on this split, as Promiscu goes in.
tries to dive onto LeBlanc. Going to pop the unbreakable. Well, here's the corner of the Portugal. So White Knight looks for the flank position. Promiscu just about alive, but eventually goes down to Schemes. And now Zanzara is not in the best of positions off towards the top side of the spike. Melitza's trying to dive in. Remember, no time in. As the chains land onto White Knight. Zanzara has Instead, just goes dive forward. Outburst. Should be taking it down anyway. As Schemes flashes away from the gold car.
Bit of a weird fight, Medic. It felt like that Astralis just tried to force a 5v5. Pretty much everyone is seeing except for Fate. Like, Astralis just tries to force something a little too hard, but there's a brawl in the mid lane, and as you can damage, aside from a lot of summoners being burnt, this could be good.
Rampage.
It was very odd because I was looking.
It could have made sense, you know, if like Astralis had like a
An enemy has been
Because
slain.
vision is so important, I do just want to highlight something that I've watched Vitality do over the last couple of years. Really good position to clear out a bunch of them. It looks like they're going to have a fight. I'm going to put that down just for a second. Promiscuous, whoa, okay. He talked about someone getting chunked out. Promiscuous running with phase rush, really squishy on the Alistair, and you can see the rest of Astralis just have to back away.
But it kind of matters what we were talking about. Vision in the river, they had these control boards, and honest view, it's kind of his responsibility to phase check to be able to move into these dark parts, get a little bit of vision down. But then Malitz is there, ready, gets the damage, and then all of a sudden you gain so much more control. So,
Ally has been slain.
second, so much damage at this point. Long really starts to fall. Likely working towards the death cap next. They have that push top there.
down.
Sitting back in the pocket, sitting back, always planting you out because you needed. Side of this was more just about making sure so we're not doing the famine because Vitality has so much control over the famine as Nuke Duck goes forward and EG coming out of the full of Quadru flashes away. Shigenda now on the front line, misses the ball.
No one will stand in my
To
way.
escape, Dragon up 10 seconds after this.
So, does have that.
Definitely what Astralis needed. Collateral damage not enough to take down the Hekuin. Nuke Duck once again has got the gold
Don't
card as
hold
Schemes
back.
is forced away and Astralis have an advantage as they turn their eyes towards their second dragon of the game.
So, this mid lane fight made a lot more sense. Astralis wanted to contest for the mid lane priority. They had Nuke Duck involved with Vitality, had 5 members in mid lane, so they had to bring Nuke Duck up to help contest the wave. It was a great hook, another great hook lands from LeBron.
White Knight just chunked out. I don't think I've seen an on come. The Aphelios wasn't truly online.
Okay, so, a lot of picks happening. They're going to go through this one quickly. And let's just keep
Enhanced minions. He's building up towards his third.
Don't you trust me?
Bit of an interesting game. We've seen a lot of action mid lane. Again, the second fight definitely made more sense. I think Vitality done a great
I
job.
know
Like,
what they
continuing to
will
funnel pumping resources into the Aphelios, into the LeBlanc. You can see that now. Elite to level 16, the Baron, of course. A lot of put into their back
Double kill.
Down to the fight rather than being able to teleport into the back line. Jessica still just stepping forward here as Promiscu looks for a flank. It's 4v4 here because a White Knight is still pushing in that bottom lane. Zanzara down to about 2/3 HP. Nuke Duck stepping back. Going to start clearing out this control ward piece by piece. And I believe Vitality are just going to start to retreat into their own jungle. Melitza on his way now. Dragon has spawned. Astralis have the option. You can go through it immediately, and that's what Zanzara is going to start doing here. Is Vitality will not come to contest.
I think this is the correct play from Vitality. Like, you don't need to force this fight. It's Cloud. You know, like, even if Astralis get the soul, you're not going to be at such a disadvantage that the game is suddenly going to be flipped on its head. Of course, it is valuable to Astralis. We already talked about how the added cooldown reduction on all of these ultimates is great. Having the TF ultimate available more often, having Zanzara's ult, White Knight's ult, it just means that they can fight a lot more often. But it's not going to be such a big difference that Vitality's gold lead is suddenly going to disappear. Instead, investing deep vision up towards the top side, you can see some of it being spotted out already, but they've got a lot of great wards here centered around these choke points, which they can now go back and they can look to refresh and restock. But the whole incentive is to play towards this Baron, which is spawning in 45 seconds. So I think Vitality have kind of set up the good framework. Because now when they walk into the river, look at how easy this is, right? There is no vision that they need to clear out because they know that it's already clear. There is some wards in the pit which they can just very quickly get rid of. So Astralis have to constantly fight their way back into the pit, which is why sometimes fighting for the Drake isn't always the best thing to do.
Yeah, it makes sense. Astralis will gain mid priority as Zanzara was chunked down by Melitza once again. I will say, of course, those Cloud Drakes giving ultimate ability haste means that Nuke Duck's ultimate is now less than an 80-second cooldown. White Knight's ultimate is now less than a 70 seconds cooldown. So you just have, if we begin having multiple team fights one after the other, if neither team can really gain the upper hand, Astralis will be able to use those ultimates just that little bit more regularly.
They have that wave pushing on top. Ulti gonna come in mid just to quickly spot out some vision. Again, it's about fighting for mid lane.
Promiscu going in. Call of the Fortune gonna come out, and Comp stunned up on the back line. He's not taken down. Lebrov able to survive as well. Both Comp and Lebrov just slivers of an inch away from dying. Astralis able to force them back. And with the bot lane resetting, Astralis very willing to start up this Baron. They're calling Vitality to them, saying, hey, come fight, 3v5, go for us. Promiscu, though. Wrong side of the rift, my man.
Oh no, it was such a great engage from Astralis. Forcing the bot lane from Vitality back meant that they could have just started off that Baron and put Vitality in a very tricky situation, but they were not confident in the speed of taking it down, and instead they end up getting picked off themselves. Melitza and Skins coming up clutch there, finding that kill, and now they're going to be the ones on the Baron. But look at Melitza sitting in the fog of war. He has his eyes on Nuke Duck.
Jessica's here as well. Maybe just go for the AD carry. Instead, he looks for White Knight burst. Again, they're down to half HP. White Knight the same. Comp, Moonlight Vigil from the side. Gets a little bit of damage. The collateral damage not quite enough. White Knight almost taken out. Zanzara's chased off towards the top side of the fight. Shigenda here. All it takes is a body slam to lock up the horse. Melitza diving in. And Zanzara still surviving for a moment. Melitza flashes to get the kill. Teleport used here in the mid lane as Nuke Duck looks for Comp. Flash, gold card, not enough damage with the Call of the Forge Guard. The ramp will find its home as Comp goes down. And now Vitality are forced away. And Betty, as these team fights continue to develop in this game.
It's definitely becoming a messier game.
I told you it would be MASH, Vedius. I promised MASH.
Well, let's have a look at how things went wrong for Vitality here. So a good stun initially onto Comp, and this is what we talked about, the difference between Gale Force and Kraken Slayer. You don't have that additional movement speed, and he loses so much health at the start of the fight, so then Melitza is kind of left isolated, and that gold card did so much damage, but Comp is able to return the favor onto the tank. Of course, White Knight has the TP, so while all this time is being spent on trying to kill Zanzara, he's able to go back to base, TP back in, and then they use that combination of the TP plus the Twisted Fate ultimate to get this pick onto Comp, who's left isolated in the mid lane. And it kind of ends in disaster. So I like that Astralis was still able to contest this Baron. It does not go in favor of Vitality. The Drake is now going to be spawning in about a minute's time, and Vitality's gold advantage that they did have, you can see how that even though they have this kind of scaling advantage, I think that Astralis still have a lot of tools to be able to answer back. They have a lot of long-range poke, and honestly, they're still finding ways to get onto Comp pretty much in every single fight. Now he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal either, so if they land those ultimates, if they land those stuns, Comp is in a lot of danger.
And you have to remember, Vedi, because the Dragon was taken earlier by Astralis. They are on Soul point here. Cloud Soul not too impactful as Promiscu locked up. Corner of the Forge God coming out. Nuke Duck looking for the gold card, but Melissa tries to jump in, and Melissa will be stunned. But already Promiscu is down. Vitality find a pick as both teams are just... Oh, they're facing up to each other in the mid lane. I've said that a few times this game. Other lanes haven't really existed for the majority of this one, Betty, as both Astralis and Vitality just want to fight.
Again, it's a lot about contesting for that mid wave. There's no like huge advantage, and the lack of like any typical mid lane mage makes it harder to contest for those mid waves. You're kind of forced to group everyone up to have numbers priority to be able to gain control. I think the mistake here from Astralis is engaging onto the Gragas. They think that they can just quickly burst him down, but Jessica's not even in range. He doesn't even land an auto. And Gragas, it looks like he gained health in that fight, not actually lost any. I like the flank that came off from Melitza, but he wasn't able to quite land the combo. And then the hook didn't come through from Labrov either. So it ends up being a quick pick in favor of Vitality. They're the ones that end up securing the Drake. And whew, it still feels like Vitality are in control, and Astralis are just finding a couple of good fights, but no fight has ever really swung so massively in one team's favor. But now Astralis are trying to use this brief window to force the Baron. Vitality, I'm not sure if they even know this is going on. Melitza doesn't have the TP.
So they just saw Promiscu place this ward, which means I think they are now. Alarm bells ringing, alarms going off. We war as they try and come across. Skeens flashes in, but Zanzara's going to secure the Baron. Hook's going to land on Promiscu, but he's able to run away with the Unbreakable Will. And Astralis, they've just snuck it right under the noses of Vitality.
Very quick thinking there from Astralis. Great utilization of the Twisted Fate ultimate as well, and they were able to just shut that one down before Vitality could even answer. A very small window of opportunity that they were quick to capitalize on. Now, this game is still very close. We talked about it, man. We knew it was going to be a long one. We knew it was going to be a long one. Of course, Astralis looking to get their first win of the weekend. This is a big proving split for many of the players of Astralis. I think for anyone that's followed the European scene for a while will actually recognize a lot of these names.
Yep.
White Knight, former Unicorns of Love. Promiscu, former G2.
Jessica, former XL.
But yeah, they've been on a number of teams here in the LEC, and they haven't found a lot of success, even received a lot of criticism from both fans and analysts alike. And after working their way back through the regional leagues, they've had a lot of success in the regional leagues, the German leagues, and whatnot. And I think that for them, a lot of these players, they're showing something. Again, being able to get some of these early wins is very important as the split progresses. And now with the Baron buff, they're looking to siege, but Vitality want to fight.
Moonlight Vigil will go to the three-man route. Stun card coming out from Nuke Duck. Corner of the Forge God. Dodge to the side as White Knight was not
I like the look of this,
by an
baby.
explosive
Watch
card.
Melitza.
Wanna see the
Keep your
fireworks?
eyes on the LeBlanc. Curtain for you. Melitza just waiting his time. Hook's going to land on White Knight, but look at the damage already on Shigenda. Almost forced away. Melitza still in the right position, still waiting for his opportunity to strike like a
30
cobra on the
seconds
backline.
until minions
Excellent
spawn.
patience coming out from Astralis. I think the way that they were able to disengage there, even after it was a huge
Orders are
ultimate that
more
came
like
through from Comp.
guidelines, really.
And they were able to get away with their lives. It did force the flash out from Jess, but he respected the possibility of Melitza from coming out of the flash and going for that kill. Didn't go down, and still utilizing the Baron to slowly chip away at this tower. The siege continues, the wave clear from Vitality.
Minions have spawned.
Again, look at all these flanking wards. They're keeping an eye. Melitza is
full
Vitality right now. Astralis don't care. They don't want to pound the side. Stronger, relatively.
It's the last push. 30 seconds on the Baron buff. The next minion to spawn. Promiscu hooked up. Has the Unbreakable Will. Will becomes very tense in that moment. Remember, Jessler, no flash. Melitza with the flank. Hook hits. Coming out. The turret's about to fall in the mid lane. Astralis, they can't quite get that last tiny bit of health off it. Stiff breeze. Astralis back away. They
I
reset.
dare you to dip.
This will be the end of the first round of Baron, but here's the TP. Shigenda doesn't have explosive cast. Out in his eyes. Promiscu locked up. The knockback on Shigenda. Labrov coming forward. Has the hooks. Nuked up coming in with the Destiny. Stun card from the side. Shigenda actually cut down. Vitality was they couldn't find the man they were looking for.
I think a large part of that is because Melitza was with them. Didn't join Shigen teleport. Reset. We still have a very tense game. Astralis, they gained a lot of ground back.
Get in
they
my
were
way.
able to
I dare.
push through this mid tower and take two of the big tier 2, of course, very big tier 3. It's going to be spawning very soon. This is one of those drakes. I strongly believe that why it's not good for you, just concede. While of course the soul can be valuable, you never want to just give it up, right? Free stats are free stats. You get additional movement speed, you want it. But I do not think that you should give it up for this. Right now it seems like the priority over they have for now use this window to gain control over. They're gonna push the wards down.
Melita looking for Astralis continue to explore this mid priority. So not really sure what the team, but you can see now what Vitality is trying to do. Astralis choke point, pull them down. The Destiny comes out, pops the Banshees on the Melita. Dragon goes there. Know where Melita is. He wasn't seen. Destiny being nuked up just back to the lane. Vitality has the bounce on their side. Shigenda pushing forward, has the opponent's pass. If he can find the right position, do the math, do the victory.
I
Top
might
lane
just
though, a lot of
drop.
farmers being lost to that tower. They don't care there. Eyeing each other up in the mid lane. Ult comes through on a White Knight.
Ask has been used. Here's the corner of the Portugal. But not quite still able to survive. Does have TP coming off cooldown soon with that unsealed spellbook. Comp still stepping forward. Infernum Gravitum. He can do a lot of AoE damage if he finds the right fight, but instead Vitality push down the mid lane.
Okay, so Vitality, they do get themselves the soul. They will have that additional movement speed. And they were very
Winners
close to
don't
getting a
die.
kill.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Also is a
Bring on
huge
the
damage
bad
threat.
guy.
Like, just look at his itemization. So much grit coming out from this Graves. And talking about how that top lane scales extremely well. This Graves is a large part of that.
Flank here. To the ball. Just what he wants. Shigenda has to go for Astralis. Tries to patch away, but Promiscu is there with the nail. And look at White Knight on the side. Keeping LeBron, keeping Comp at arm's reach. And they will turn their eyes towards
Let me
the
get in there.
I thought that Nuke Duck was going to die there. The moment that that hook landed, I thought that Astralis would fall. But thanks to the not the kill onto Shigenda, but they turn it around onto the block instead. Now, good damage.
Cool Shigenda. Trying to escape from this fight. He's rooted up with a deadly flourish, and now he is in no man's land. Shut down by Nuke Duck. Astralis still 4 players left alive.
Yeah, it's 4 versus 2. Skeens and Melita, they don't have the HP. Oh, but it looks like Astralis are making the call to destroy it. Bit of a weird TP from White Knight, but you know what? Don't care. Not going to question it right now. He has the minion wave. The second TP, this one makes a little bit more sense. Nuke Duck gone back to base. We'll spend a little bit of that gold. They have 4 members alive. LeBron has just respawned. Shigenda is 3 seconds away. Can Astralis end it?
We've had some bangers and we've got some match barriers, and Astralis are looking for their just desserts. Trying to take their first win in the LEC. First Nexus Tower's down. White Knight down. Right catch on Ski. Jester responds. He gets the shot. And now only LeBron and Melita left alive. Melita underneath the tower trying to do what he can, but he's done for as well. Astralis, at the 3rd time of asking, will take their first win in the LEC.
Falling back.
You know, I wasn't expecting the game to go that way. We were talking about like 30 minutes out. It was kind of a matter of time for Vitality to just kind of close things out. They had a really healthy gold lead. They did such a good tower advantage. All they needed was the next Baron into them looking to end the game. But again, look, chaotic. Kicks coming out. You know, these team fights, Astralis just we're seeing these recurring problems now. Their problems
him who was initiating a lot of the fights. Like he was, yes, he was.
Promise gave a lot of the advances to Vitality. So I'm kind of like, I wanted him to be here from Cesar in just a few minutes as Astralis got that first win in the LEC. These support mains, support mains.
Wanna see the fireworks?
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Orders are more like guidelines, really. Going back to
But that's the thing with ideas. They don't to find them.
An ally has been slain.
Here, movement inspires.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion
I just
moves
need
in
a point in the
advance.
right direction.
Not fair. Not fair.
Who wears a helmet?
An ally has been slain. He has been slain. Shut down.
I might just drop in. Winners don't duck.
welcome. Hi. Finally your first win. What was different today compared to the other games you played?
This is the main difference, right? But we could have win more games. But I think we kind of misplayed. I kind of didn't play that
A
well.
Vandal Gunner never plays chaos. Unless
Turret plating will soon fall.
Mad lines. And the third one was like we didn't hesitate. We just go for the plays. Even if it's a bad play, good play, we just go, and it is what it is. And actually, it's ended up
Walk
as a
and
win,
talk.
so I'm happy.
It is good to try things in the end. That the fact that you guys follow through bad plays means that you guys potential coming from this team, but we also know how good they are. So talk me through this match and how you hope this
I just hope like G2 will do like G2 it's always like full disrespect us, just do crazy stuff like big optimistic plays over and over. This is how it goes because I like G2 will not
Who knows, maybe if you're lucky, Yankers will play in Italy and then it's a free win for you guys. But I'm talking more about something you were mentioning in the church of Zara. I want to know more about the church of Zara.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Thank you very much. I just like appreciate that. And right now, when I'm doing good plays, but I'm always doing good plays, so like everyone just spamming this on Twitter. I'm happy with it.
Alright,
I
let's
just need
remember
a
the
point in
church
the right
of
direction.
Zara then. And for the rest of you, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back in a few minutes. Rose, Citizen.
I dare yet a dare.
An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
Time for some rearm and redeploy. Let's get this party started.
destroyed.
I might just drop in. Falling back. That looks cool. Winners don't duck. Bring on the bad guys. Let me get in there. Sometimes outnumbered. Back to base.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. We're
Time to
the
try
Rose
this
versus
out.
SK Gaming. There was a lot of hype around their own lineup so far, and as well played.
Credit. It's this man over here.
Inhibitor
I think a
has
lot
been
of us
destroyed.
saw the roadmap, saw the changes, the upgrades.
Whatever they want to do. I think if you give rogue playmaking, especially mid jungle, Roy made a huge mistake like TF Pantheon on the best mid jungle in the league. It's like, bro, you're gonna get dove on your side lanes 100%.
This is these are right. There he goes in.
Enemy double kill.
Start with that. Now I've talked about him a ton already. I also think it's a wealth of playstyles that he can bring into that team. I often hear maybe player or this and that. That is not true. Odoame is a very versatile player who can, I think, deliver this team what exactly they need him coming into this
Wanna
play.
see the
I mean, he's been a very
fireworks?
versatile player for years.
Clean sweep.
Paydays, we did see him go all the way to semifinal at Worlds, so
An
good
ally
that
has
we've
been
seen a star
slain.
player and star carry from him.
Corners
I
are
think
more
now
than
what
sidelines,
Kurami
really.
can do with it. And I really like the fact that like they really know, okay, this guy will deliver. If you put him weak side, he will handle himself. You put him on a carry, he can actually take over the lane. I think that will be really important for the rest of the team as well.
Oh,
I just need a point in the right direction.
Because I do want Kato to talk about the composition.
That's why you were playing.
Yeah, I kept going in the stream.
New here, I don't
You
know.
haven't been here in a while. So tell me what is going
Your
so right with
turret
these
has been
compositions
destroyed.
that are Kato.
Well, they just have a huge team fight comp, right? On top of that, they have Crowd, they have Talisman, two early games, amazing main champions, so yeah.
An ally has been slain.
By the way,
Thank you very much, Shocks. We'll see if they can solve the puzzle indeed, because Rogue have looked incredibly strong over the last couple of days, Vedius. This edition of Odo Amne seems to be working out very well.
Yes, I think that Odo has, for quite some time, Odo has been a top-tier talent in the top lane.
Oh, in the days of yore, when League of Legends was just a
Back in my day when he was on H2K, oh, the glory days. Do you remember that World semi-final that he made?
We forget about 2016. 2016 Worlds didn't exist as a European fan.
Anyway, we're going to be jumping into Rogue versus SK. Rogue could be the first team in Europe to go 3-0. Let's see if that happens as we go to the music.
I will say that's quite a dramatic drop. Like you get blah, 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 blah. Dum, dum,
I don't know, I kind of like the funk, you know?
Lo-fi funk to draft and pick to.
Yeah, anyway, as we boogie here on the caster desk, we're going to be looking at some of these bans. Thresh and Callista, well, a very common bot lane for Han Summer specifically, going to be taken off the board. Of course, the Talia. Man, like, predicting bans aren't fun anymore because they're all the same. Pantheon, perhaps? Perhaps a...
Olaf?
Oh, shocker. Perhaps Olaf? Oh,
you're so good at this.
Wow.
I wonder if they'll pick Kai'Sa.
Well, let's find out. Drum roll, please. Will it be the Kai'Sa priority? Or will we perhaps see... I don't like Renekton first pick, but they might do it. We do know that it is considered a strong pick. It's going to be the Kai'Sa. Great job, Medic. I was just giving them other options.
Yeah.
Just giving other options. Now,
Twisted Fate.
Nidalee Renekton is open. Twisted Fate is also open. Yes, yes, yes. You might want to try and deny that away from Larson after his fantastic performance yesterday. He really was... he had the heart of the cards on his side, that's for sure.
We'll remember that Blue, of course, played the Sylas into Caps' Twisted Fate and actually had a really strong laning performance for SK, so perhaps Blue thinks that he can play well into it, doesn't need to pick it himself, and SK Gaming are deciding they don't need the Twisted Fate as of yet. Gragas and Graves, they're locked in for the top lane and the jungle duel.
Now, we could see a Kennen come out later for Odo Amne, but he doesn't have to lock it in this early. I imagine that Odo's got quite a few champions up his sleeve. One thing that I do think has been played a little bit, I think over in the LPL, more so than the LCK, is the Jace top. I think Jace could actually be very good into the Gragas. I don't think we've seen it yet here in Europe, but I do know that Odo Amne was an OG Jace player. You know, when you think back to that 2016 World Semi-Finals run, it was Jace that he was really dominating some of those lanes on, so could be a potential option for the side of Rogue. We'll have to wait and see. Instead, it's going to be the Nidalee. Nidalee Twisted Fate, pretty solid combo. You know, you land stun, guarantee the spear, get great damage, and you also have a lot of presence.
Most of the time you're guaranteed the spear. I did see a spear miss yesterday on a stun target. I'm not going to call out any names. But yeah, most of the time you are guaranteed the stun. We have seen one Jace, by the way, Vedius, but it was in the mid lane. Vitality played it in their first game against Schalke. So we have yet to see a Jace in the top. A Blue here, there's the Sylas. We talked about it. Into the Twisted Fate for last.
So, SK, we expect this Gragas to be top, which means that they're still looking for their bot lane, which you would imagine Rogue will now look to ban away some of the big carries. Maybe something like an Ashe could be taken off the boards. They could also look at the Aphelios. Maybe they don't want to have to deal with Samira. A lot of potential AD carries still up and available. But for SK, I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of supports. Oh, okay, they're actually going to focus on top lane counter picks. Not another one. Of course not. Big point of debate pretty much throughout the entire esports scene right now. But I know that Odo Amne is a big fan of the champion, and I know for a fact that he's been playing a lot of it, so it's not really that surprising that SK want to take that one away from him.
Has received some buffs over the last few patches, but not any to his mini form, which tends to be when Nar really shines. We had a few buffs to mini.
MF, okay. Normally we don't see MF banned because normally in terms of priorities she kind of falls much lower on the list,
but I do understand the amount of lane dominance that she can bring, so not too surprising. Will we see the Jhin or will we see the Samira taken off the board from the side of Rogue?
It really depends what you want to play into, because actually...
Xayah, wow.
Okay, so what Xayah does have that neither Jhin, well, Samira kind of has it with her Blade Well, but Jhin doesn't have a way to escape a stun card that has been locked onto.
I mean,
right?
sure, to me, this seems more like Rogue is saying, hey, we think that Jesu's more comfortable on these than necessarily some of the other more meta picks, so we would rather ban these away and then maybe perhaps a little bit more targeted towards Jesu. Either way, we'll have to wait and see what he does lock in. It's going to be the Leona, so he's actually saving his AD carry pick for last, which
Unless it's Graves AD. That's a joke. It's not Graves AD, it's Graves joke.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Either way,
yeah,
we didn't talk about the Camille ban, because of course this now kind of pushes Odoamne a little bit more into the direction of, I wouldn't mind seeing a Jace. I think Jace in Italy is a very strong poke comp. Of course, they wouldn't have a huge amount of crowd control on their composition if they do decide to go for the Jace. Ooh, we're gonna get the Rel. Okay, very cool. I'm a big fan of Rel. I think that she's very strong in the early laning phase. In lane and in mid game skirmishes. I think the longer the game goes on, her value kind of falls off. I think it's harder for her to get strong engages later on into the game. And I also think that her job is to like stick to targets using her ultimate to kind of glue to them, and she kind of just gets nuked later on into the game. So, yeah, I think that she can offer utility, but overall, the amount of crowd control on the side of Rogue's comp, not that high. We kind of got a bit of everything here on Rogue's comp. I feel like what I'm seeing from SK so far, a little bit more well-rounded, slightly better scaling. I think there's a lot of responsibility on Rogue to actually find a lot of these picks, try and get ahead in the early game, and this is nothing new for them. They already showcased on day one that they're willing to really get in your face. The Ezreal is very surprising. I definitely think this is much more of a comfort pick because Ezreal is not seen really very much in the current meta. It seems to me that he has quite a few build maps. I've seen like Divine Sundra, I've seen Trinity Force, I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff. But it seems to me that this is definitely a Jersey pick that he's going to be running into Hans Summers Kai'Sa. What surprises me more is often Kai'Sa's picked into Ezreal's because it gives you a free laning phase too. You're allowed to scale up at one of the points that you know, one of the weakest points is during the laning phase, but people are afraid of the Rel and her ability to all in. But either way, we'll have to wait and see. I think overall, in terms of SK's comp, it is quite well rounded. They do have great scaling, they have solid team fighting, they have a lot of utility. It's kind of like a traditional SK composition. We'll talk a little bit more about it as we get into game, but let's see if it's to be an unstoppable Rogue in this first week of the
has been slain.
By this pick. We'll wait just in case Kimby does something cool here.
Yeah.
Which is the W when you dismount. Crash down.
Did a flip, yeah.
Over the wall, and now he's looking for
No
another
one
flip.
will stand in my way.
He mounts up. And we'll play low game while we start this game. How much Ezreal do you think has been played in this? You're very close. You're closer with the one game. What do you think Ezreal's win rate?
They're mine now.
100% Betty is undefeated. Box 5-0-2 with the Divine Sundra build you were talking about.
Okay. Well. Honestly, I've just done so much prep, and Ezreal is just not one of those champions. So it's kind of one of those it's definitely one that I'm not super familiar with, so I'm kind of excited. Already we know they're trading.
Treats can turn this one back around. The exhaust already used on Trippy, and Trippy maybe overextended here. He's gone down. Treat's going to flash away. On Summer jumping forward. Has that Conqueror fucking up, and Hans Summer, no flash, nowhere to go. Jesu gets the first kill of the game for this Ezreal.
So it turns out
What a great start for SK's bot lane. Of course, for Jezu, he's been admiring Hansama for a long time, and to come to the LEC and immediately get a 2-kill start is definitely going to be a big confidence boost at him. So this is just a great way for Leona to just soak a lot of damage, and I think this exhaust coming out clutch kind of kept Trimmy locked up. That Q cooldown early on from Leona is so low.
6 seconds.
Yeah, which means that he got 2 stuns off, and of course, Hansama had to commit his flash to getting that kill, which meant that Jezu had loads of time to just turn around, free the top of him, and start once again.
With it, but as you say, Trix's cooldown on the W 11 seconds. Like, there's no way unless you land the double knockout to start off that fight. The exhaust instead of the heal on the Ezreal as well definitely paid dividends for them in that fight.
Yeah, because I was kind of thinking to myself that, like, on paper, I actually think that the Ezreal Leona should actually win out on this 2v2 straight up, and it's cool to see very early on that it gets to start off with a stun. It can heavily go in their favor, but a lot of summoners now gone. Trimby looking for the engage flash stun.
A phone repel is available. There's the double stun. No way out. Hansama gets the kill. Inspired on the chase here as well. Looking for the kill underneath the tower. Can't quite get the damage down onto Treats, and Tinks made his way down here, but decided to back away.
Okay, so very quick response. Inspired coming down to try and turn things back around in favor of Rogue 2 versus 2. This one plays out. So Inspired does a clear from topside down towards one. Trimby flashes in to get behind, gets the knockup, gets the flip, and is able to then land the 2-man stun, which ambitious, because they did not have any further ability to lock Treats down. Excuse me, great stuff from the side of
Six spotted on a ward as he works his way up towards the top now. I'm just having a quick look across the minimap to see if any of the I realise I'm not being too experienced as well. A quick basic rundown of what she's doing. Binding between her and Hansama. If she jumps forward, between her and her opponent, she can break it. In the line between them. So that's what she did to Jezu and Treats, and that was why they were able to get that kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, she also kind of has a cinch flip, right, when she's in the horse form.
It's just a knockup. It's just a knockup.
Oh, okay, okay. But she has like a bunch of different on her horse, or when she's not on her horse.
Rolling already 2-1.
It's going to be very difficult for SK to be able to contest. Notice Odoame as well. Perfectly set up for Rogue to be able to straight. One of our best early game objectives. There's the TF.
With the damage going out to Hansama, we were trying to chase onto him, but Hansama was forced away. SK got Rogue continued to do it. Might have just been a TY for the leash here as SK using the Destiny secure the Ocean Dragon.
Very, very nice from Blue. You talked about how he did bring out XG2. He stole Caps' ultimate a lot and was very proactive with it. Didn't often get a huge amount off the back of it, but already in this early game he's able to actually get a pretty big lead there by securing that first Drake. So huge props to Blue. This is the start.
Yeah, Larson has kind of juked up a few times when that's done, the Abscond Abductors come out, so I'm wondering if Blue starts now repositioning where he is trying to chuck out those chains.
And you can read
Don't
Larson's
hold
movements,
back.
so he's telling
An
me.
ally
Every
has
time
been
I've seen
slain.
this, it's because Larson's doing that.
We'll be watching that now.
Just the mind of a speedrunner. I'm not fighting.
I mean, yeah, just, to me it seems like what you're saying.
An enemy has been slain.
They're mine.
I'm gonna join so I can be the one that kills it.
Well, we shall keep track of Larson.
An enemy has been slain.
Takes it to the top side. Still makes the move, I think, to be able to make that play happen. But I think that security can now order on it. It's a little bit more fearful to blindly push that way.
While we do that for a moment, I want to say a very happy birthday to one of the players on the road. It is Inspired's 19th birthday. He's not 17 years old, Betty. He's 19 years old. I was going to wait for him to get a kill, but he's taken way too long to do that. So, get your butt in. Congratulate you. See Larson dodging up towards the top side of Larson. Blue corrects and gets the binding onto him. And Larson now stunned up the gold.
Both trade flank of course, that as well. Generate a nice bit of pressure. Larson has the ultimate. Will he be lost? Since the bot lane is both moving. Level 4 treats level 5 actually. Level 6 is hit by both AD carries. Nick, that play-by-play voice ready.
Warhammer in will help him out. These fights with his tail goes down to 2000 HP. Odo in the first one to the top lane, and I was hoping for a brawl. At the moment, we have more of handbags at dawn as the true shot blast goes wide. The eye popped. Down. SK retreat. They say, okay, you can have the eye, and you promised me a brawl.
Well, I kind of. To really reliably start and engage off, but now Rogue have their eyes on the top lane. Seeing that SK actually decided to swap up towards the top side. Clearly they want to have to catch this wave. I think for the time being we'll happily sit up towards the top side, but I wonder if they'll actually swap back. The Drake spawning in about a minute and a half. Typically having your bot lane around is a valuable asset, especially when both top laners do have their TPs up and available.
Yeah, usually you can reset with about 45 seconds, 30 seconds left before the dragon spawn.
Ally has been slain.
That one has now been broken, but Rogue are just consistently playing a step above their opponents.
Expectations were very high. They finished first at the end of the regular season in summer of 2020. As you mentioned, already off to a great start. Getting that win against Fnatic yesterday, I think was a very big deal. Many would still consider Fnatic to be one of the top teams in Europe. Split the message on an approach trajectory.
Day one for them had a good performance yesterday. Nigh for the team on the side. Seeing already got a good laning phase on this round. Once again, Shadowing has the Rift Hold and look to put this down if he so desires. But with 20 seconds on the Dragon, looks like neither team is going to prioritize that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought that we would already be moving towards that objective. It looks like a lot of resets.
They're mine now.
Perhaps these resets go forward. I like the team. Get himself the rocket belt, have that mythic item ready to go. No trade for blue.
Blue buff on, Larson lost the stun card. There's the spear from Inspired. Blue ticking down and will get taken out. True Shot Barrage comes out though, and there goes Inspired as well.
Turret plating will soon fall.
In exchange, use this.
I think that the trade was not the best, but the bot lane from SK was already on the rotation down because they expected Rogue to be committing towards this objective, and Rogue wanted to contest it. They felt strong enough and ready to go, and that means that with a great ultimate that came through from the lane, they were able to actually get the objective in their favor. So props to SK for being able to get a pick back. And honestly, a very clear Drake. The scaling that they've got going in their favor. Good for them. So let's have a quick look back at this replay. This is going to be the combo. Quick stun into Spit. Very easy damage to come through. You can see that the Rel doesn't offer a huge amount of utility in a situation like this. Could have potentially dived onto the Ezreal, but once you're in your penalty, you don't have the best tools to be able to escape.
No tools apart from stealing away the Cougar form and using them.
Shut down.
Get out of harm's way.
Ally has been slain.
From Trimby is the Destiny coming out from Marvel.
But we should now see the Rift Herald being used in mid lane. Yeah, a lot of things are kind of surprising me about Rogue in terms of their lane assignments and how things are. But this should be an objective for Rogue. We should be able to lock this one down with no TP on blue. Not going to be able to stop this siege. While Rogue may not be able to.
And one thing that's done is really snowballed. Himself, I believe, in this top lane, so that Kai's only getting stronger. And we've seen why she is such a priority pick. She is so powerful just generally as an AD carry. She has mobility, she has extra mobility from the Gale Force, and then she's got the ability to dive onto the backline with that killer instinct. Expectations are that Hans Saba will be set up for success in this game.
Very strong round 9 is an important thing to note as well. You mentioned that the jungle, of course, Trimby is suffering as a result because he's primarily been roaming around the map, trying to assist wherever he can. But yeah, with a lot of these core items starting to be completed, I expect Rogue to contest the Drake off the through that map. Of course, we haven't really seen any ults from Larson this game.
We saw that one on blue.
But I'm a little surprised because I kind of expected Rogue to be a little bit more scaling. Rogue's comp is not that straightforward. But now let's see if Trimby... Oh, stun lands.
Stun card. Trimby's going to dive under the tower, but exhausted straight away. Larson's there as well. Trimby down to half HP. Teleport coming in from SK as they look to continue this fight. Genax stepping forward. Larson Destiny's out on Trimby. Oh, well, actually, you can jump over the wall. I thought for a moment that Larson has just been like, wait, we leave the rookie.
This will give a little bit more focus.
Shut down.
In the best position, but Jezu working towards. He has decided to go for the Sheik. Of course, can still build into both the Divine Sunderer and direction. He does go with that.
Sorry,
I was just gonna say Drake spawning in about 30 seconds.
That's one of the important things for SK. Is like Rogue
Playtime's over.
Mountain Soul with that extra shielding against the Grasher, against the Twitch. To try and get away and has the World Ender, so just pops that for the extra movement speed and will escape. Trimby working his way down through the river to try and get some vision on SK as Hun Summer and Inspired decide the turret is more important than the dragon itself. Blue almost down. Gale Force shoots from Hun Summer, the heal coming out from Inspired to top him up. Top lane. He went up this dragon.
Yeah, they've actually just conceded most of the trades. They've instead focused on these objectives. They've opened up the map a lot more. Rather, the top side jungle, it's just great control. It's that trade of investment, right? Like.
If you kill it instinct in with the attraction, break it as you get behind you. That's a really nice weapon.
Has been slain.
It's fine. Larson's just
A lot of
going
people
to
watching probably won't know that reference.
That's true. Well, Blue is caught out here, steals away the kill instinct, but Pound Summer and Inspired are too darn strong.
So, and the fact that you're overstaying that far when you don't even have a tier 2, it's not okay. So, yeah, he ends up getting punished.
Tell me
He needs to be careful. Because, like, as I've been watching this game, I've constantly been thinking to myself, like, SK aren't in that bad. So, like, really bad. The item differential is just so huge. I don't think that Ezreal is a champion right now. Whereas Han Summer could 1v9 and has a 2-level lead. So, like, Rogue have done, they've been able to build by snowballing or by going for crazy. Now they're going to get themselves another tier 2 tower 20 minutes into the game.
I think the best way to describe it is that Trimby is closer in gold to everyone on SK than everyone on SK are to Hun Summer. Hun Summer and Larson are so
Threatening the Nexus. They're threatening the inhibitor towers. I'm pretty impressed with how Rogue have been able to do it. Just really good macro overall.
They only have one kill and one assist.
up towards it. We saw Gonzalez do this.
Made a priority so that they have to deal with the way to destiny. Here we go.
Killing spree.
And like, SK just doesn't want to do, they don't know how to answer. They have a TP on Gen X. He should kind of go bot. I mean, he doesn't have to go bot lane right now. Just the way he's starting to build up. Rogue have the right set on the fight in the mid lane.
Odo has the flank, Trishon Barrage comes out. Larson looking at the Starlands on taking Odo in the perfect position. Killer Instinct comes out. Inspired, working against Treats here as the double kill comes for Hans Summer. Treats now the next target. Hans Summer's been knocked away and Treats is down. It's Larson who secures the kill. Still unkilled on the Twisted Fate is Larson. And SK can't say that about themselves. They've lost 4 players and Rogue will turn their eyes towards.
An extremely one-sided fight that is dominated by Rogue. Well executed. They just use so much of SK just barely overextended in the mid lane, but it was just a very clean game of League coming out from the side of Rogue and showcasing why they are one of the best teams in Europe right now at this fight. So Odoamne comes from one flank, Rogue come from the other. 2 SK members try to collapse onto Odoamne, but then Hans Summer and Trimby immediately dive in. And while Blue does steal away the ultimate from Trimby, it does absolutely nothing. Jezu, he doesn't even get involved in this fight because all he can do is run away. The damage difference is just a very well executed.
It's definitely great to watch through. Command of this game, 12,000.
Has been slain.
Sad, Vedius, because I just checked the schedule. Week 4, day 1 is when Rogue played G2. It's a long way away.
Between Hans Sama and Jezu. Like, there's a 2-level difference between the mid laners. It's just really clean, well-executed League of Legends and Rogue, they definitely do know how to close out a game. They've already taken the mid inhib, they're threatening the bot tower. Larson is the target.
Solar Flash gets the barrel, knocks Larson back, he's going to try and here comes the Magnus. Into the jaws of death. Blue diving onto Larson, trying to kill him for the first time in the LEC, and Larson dies!
An enemy has been slain.
Who is left unkilled so far this split. But
An
Rogue
enemy has been
will
slain.
have their vengeance. Everyone from SK must fall, and so must the Nexus. Rogue, undefeated in the Super Week. With silent perseverance, they will go 3-0 on the week, and they have done it in dominant.
From Rogue, very little to criticize outside of losing the 2 versus 2 on level 1. I feel like that we did not see many mistakes coming from the Rogue roster, and huge props to the first week of the LEC Spring 2020 season.
Vote for who you want. That's kind of the whole point of it. We shouldn't suggest it, but we're going to learn more about Rogue's win in a few minutes as they remain undefeated in the LEC.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, where Rogue finished their week 3-0 after another dominating win, and we are here for a closer look, our first post-game analysis segment of 2021. So you better believe it's going to be a banger.
Rogue did really well.
Yes, they did. Let's start by picks and bans and how they did it. Beforehand, we highlighted how they do pick very well-rounded compositions to enable their carries. K-Droll, what are their marks out of 10 for this one, and how much did you like their comp?
It's a solid 9 to a 10 almost, I think. I mean, the thing is, they're on blue side, and then they got a really good match up top. They got a counter-pick jungle. They got a mid lane, which, yes, they did counter-picked by the Sylas, but the TF's always useful because you have the push and the ult ready. And then you had a winning bot matchup because Kai'Sa outscales Ezreal. So I felt like Rogue's draft, even though they were blue side, they only really got counted on mid, which didn't hurt them at all.
I like also how you put a lot of pressure on a young rookie AD carry in Jezu. He has last pick in the draft. At this point, what on earth do you pick?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you're already looking at TF Rel. You know Rel is insane in lane. You know she has so much CC and engaged. Combine that with potential TF ulti. So he can't go for Jhin or one of the very standard AD carries with all the bans as well. Xayah was banned away, which could have been an answer with the ulti, but he has to like dig deep. He needs something with mobility. He goes Ezreal. Great level 1, which we did get to see as well, but hard for him also then to carry the game.
And this seems like a great example of what you were mentioning earlier in terms of Rogue having a lot of champions. They know how to play really, really well in each lane, so they can always make a good composition, but it's not that they don't have enough. And if you ban a couple of them away, they can still form a good composition and even find bans to ban out, for instance, that young AD carry.
Yeah, I think we have definitely learned throughout history now that teams with a lot of good players tend to often get a lot of good drafts because they can play a lot of these things very well. It makes it look even better, right? And in the Rogue case here, I think the last couple of days, they've shown that time and time again.
That they have. Talk to me about Rel. It's the first time we saw it here in the LEC. K-Droll, what does it bring to a lane?
Well, I think Rel overall has really good setup with the ally. You know, when you get the E, you get the stack, you can get the double stun. You saw it works well with the Kai'Sa when she can like ult into someone and then get the chain link and get the stun when she ults in. But I think Trimpy went a bit too aggressive in the early stages. I think Rel, it was kind of weak. He jumped off his W here, as you'll see, and does proc the aftershocks. I think he thinks here he can get the knock up. Maybe they can chunk out treats here with the Halo Blades. But the Halo Blades and the aftershock mean it's a short trade. So as the trade progresses, they lose the aftershock and they lose the Halo Blades. Conquer takes over.
I mean, Ezreal is also still very strong level 1. Let's remember that. Probably one of the strongest AD carries there. So maybe a little over-aggressive. This was probably the first time they were too aggressive on the Rogue side, but they then follow up with a really nice gank. So he mounts up, then he gets a little flip back. That's the first time CC he can connect. Then he gets the stun right after, as soon as like the flip is over. And it's just really hard to escape from when the Rel has flash. This is what you can do, and you need to abuse this because her strength is the early game. It is the laning phase. She's a lot harder to play later on in team fights when people can also burst her down.
Yeah, I think that was the only mistake Trimmy made there, was the level 1. And I think if you're playing Halo Blades and you're going for the aftershock engage yourself, the re-engage comes in with Conquer and Ezreal level 1. Yeah, they ended up losing the trade. Ezreal only really got 1 kill, but the whole point of that play was they didn't lose out too much because Ezreal didn't actually base. The Kai'Sa died, picked up a longsword, came back to lane. So when they came back to the lanes and it was like an advantage for SK, it was actually an advantage for Rogue because SK didn't get the bases off.
Exactly. Great play there from Rogue in that regard. And I think when we make the report card up of Trimby in his first weekend, I would say solid performance. Also bringing out kind of another pick to the rotation. Yesterday, a great game on the Rakan. Yes, a shaky start on day 1, but overall showing a lot of promise.
Very aggressive, I'll give him that.
Very aggressive, we like
all
that.
All 3 games, he's had a few engages where you're like, whoa, okay, what's happening? Like 10% HP engage yesterday on Rakan where he just got popped instantly. But I love the fact he's going for this kind of stuff. And I think coming in as a rookie on this kind of team who's so controlled, so much discipline, he must love it. And I love the fact they trust him to play aggressive, engaged champions every single time this week.
Yeah, that's a fantastic development. Let's look a little bit more holistically at the game and kind of the decisions made on either side. In the case of Rogue, they just let SK have all the dragons, in fact, to focus their attention on the top side of the map. What did you think of the way they played the game and got their gold advantage?
I mean, if you look at their game today and you look at the game versus XL, you can see they gave up the almost Dragon Soul point to XL as well. XL was on Dragon Soul point, SK was on Dragon Soul point. They're just ignoring dragons. Basically, if you look at the map state and how they're playing, they're using the TF to hover top side, and Hans is actually split pushing in a 1-3-1 top, getting all the plates, all the gold. The only objective that I think Rogue contests is Heralds, just so they can force towers faster.
Mid-tower as well.
Exactly, and you can see SK using all their tempo to get the dragon while they're taking plates, and then when one of them bases to catch top, they just get 3-man dove, which you saw happen to blue, and then eventually they did try to dive Odoamne on a cross map, but they were just way too far behind, and they started losing tier 2s for that. So I think Rogue was just ahead on every play, and they were just sacrificing all of these dragons just for gold, and you could see it from the whole game, basically.
I just love how good Rogue are at saying, you know what, we don't need to play a messy early game. We don't have to take all the fights you're trying to force on us. We don't need to use TF ulti to go aggressive plays and side lanes to try and snowball. They're trying to like make the game less volatile, because that only benefits them. They have great scaling on their side. They know they can play the map better, and that's also why they just give up Drakes. They started the first Drake, SK walked in, they're like, we don't need to fight this. They walk away. And they just reset all the time instead of taking stupid fights. And
that was the key point, right? They outscale. The Kai'Sa always outscales the Ezreal. So if you just put all the gold onto hand, give him all the turret plates, give him the kills when they go for these side lane dives while giving up Drakes, when it comes to that 4th Dragon Soul point and you're 7k gold up, it's pretty unlosable.
Do you feel like it's a kind of an evolution of the play we saw of Rogue also last year? I know they have a couple of different members, of course, now, but to me, Rogue was always a team that in best of ones could play this style very well, where they had a well-rounded composition, they know what the game plan was, but a criticism they often got was that they were playing maybe too slow even. It seems different to me now. It seems proactive and just careful when they have to be, but knowing when to pull the trigger as well. And it doesn't feel like they're laying back as much. They're just controlling it.
I think it was only a criticism if you were like G2. And you could look at Rogue and say, okay, we can punish that, we can beat you here.
Not bad.
Everyone else still found it really difficult to play against them in regular season. They did win it, and the team is built around Larsen and what he wants to do. And he is the kind of player who does not want constant scrappy fights. Like, he's playing super safe in his own laning phase, getting far ahead on CS, not taking stupid trades or anything. So the team kind of reflects the way he wants to play the game, which I think is really nice. And I think it's going to be the same story. G2 will sit there and say, you know what, we can beat Rogue here, we can punish them. We have to see it first, obviously. And there's also a different story going into best of 5s, where typically you do need to bring slightly more, maybe different styles depending on the meta. In this case for Rogue, I think they're more flexible than last year. Only a benefit. They definitely look stronger.
What a fantastic first weekend for them so far. Also, the Kia player of the game, Hans Sama, with 60% of the vote. Congratulations there to Hans, who is really going to be able to shine on this lineup. And I'm very excited to see how it develops. You said it as well, now that the carries are enabled. But Larsen, he died, so...
Called it, by the way.
Called it?
Called it in the early game. He said in the first few minutes he died.
Doesn't matter. In Reddit check, the question was, who dies first, Reckless or Larsen?
Well, Larsen was playing first before Reckless.
That's why I put him.
Good choice. No, but I think this Rogue is slow in a way, but I think they're controlled. They're so controlled, and you can see shades of G2 in them, right? They know how each other's champions work to their limits. They know what fights to take, what fights not to take, and they know how to play around the gold so well.
Did you just say controlled and G2 in the same sentence?
Well, they're a controlled version of G2.
Oh, okay, got it. There we go. I thought you were saying, G2 play as controlled as them. Like, no.
I just think there's signs of G2 in them where, you know, we were talking about backstage about how G2...
I cut you off, I'm sorry.
Okay,
the next game
fine.
is ready.
That's
I'm
fine.
so
We can
sorry,
just
Kate.
continue.
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
Anyway.
We've seen flashes of brilliance from both Misfits and the Medline so far, setting the stage for an action-packed Game 3 in a few minutes.
Won't you come around and do it like me? Baby, slow down, do it like me. We could just slide back living on palm trees here in California. Won't you come around and do it like me? Baby, slow down and do it like me. We could just slide back living on palm trees, so do it like me. So do it like smoking cigarettes right on Mobile Drive. The rave is over, so you'll meet me in the lobby. In a room with a view to the down to love me. We could just start back living on palm trees here in California. Won't you come around and do like me? Baby, slow down and do like me. We could just start back living on palm trees, so do it like me.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. It's game 3 of day 3 of week 1, sadly. It didn't really fit. But I'm Mehdi, this is Betty, and we are here to bring you the action. It's going to be fun.
Yes, it is Mad versus Misfits.
It is, correct.
Oh, thank God I got that.
Yeah,
so this is going to be a hype one. I think that Mad have been playing extremely well, even though they've already lost 1 game. And Misfits, they're a little unpredictable. So I don't know what we're going to see. So it's time to cue the music!
And cue the second music as we get on into a draft. Twisted Fate already banned away by Misfits. Mad Lions looking to remove Talia. Betty, what do you think? Olaf? You think Olaf's going to get taken away here?
Olaf, Pantheon, the huge. Ooh, Misfits getting a little, you know, crazy. Getting a little like, let's change some things up. Gonna take the Twisted Fate off the board, gonna take the Fellows off the board. Maybe they want to get Pantheon for themselves. It's likely going to be Pantheon or Olaf. They're probably going to get one of them. Looks like it's not going to be Pantheon.
I don't think it's going to be Olaf either, because I think Mad Lions just ban it.
I don't think they will.
You going to give any other options? Or you just going to...
I just don't think it'll be Pantheon.
Oh, interesting.
No, Olaf. I meant that one. So now I think that it'll be Olaf.
Oh.
The Syndra ban does surprise me. Syndra... I'll come back to that later, because I think that there's perhaps more to it. Anyway, the Olaf will be locked in for Razor. Razor, ever since he's joined the LEC, has always been a jungler that likes to get in your face. He's very proactive on the map, where he typically has been, and I think that Olaf is the type of champion that definitely fits his playstyle. Mad Lions, they're going to stick to some comfort with the Kai'Sa. Kazi's already had a great Kai'Sa game yesterday. And Elyoya, I think that he's already showcased that he is a very cerebral player, as Mac described him on day 1 of the LEC. The purpose behind him joining was that he's supposed to provide more planning, more structure. You know, he's supposed to be that voice in the team that kind of directs where the team is going. And I think that he's been able to prove that in both games that he's played, even in his loss against G2. Really like watching his jungle pathing, and I'm excited to see him play up against Misfits.
And we're going to see VTO back on his Zoe. He had an incredible performance on that against Fnatic on day 1. One of his most picked last year as well.
Bit of a Zoe one trick prior to joining the LEC.
Yeah, prior to joining the LEC. I think he has multiple tricks in his bow right now, but the Zoe is definitely one of his powerful selections. And alongside that, it's going to be Camille. So Mad Lions really going to have to look towards their top lane
Renekton.
here. Renekton?
It's going to be Renekton. Without a doubt.
You sure?
Yep.
How much? How sure are you?
I will bet you one...
We shouldn't bet.
One hug. Yeah.
Problem is, Betty, I'm going to have to cash that after social distancing's gone down. So now wait, do I have to give you a hug or do you have to give me a hug?
All I know is that you owe me one hug in some shape or form. Okay. We'll figure that out later.
A virtual one. Let's get into the second set of bans. The thing that this does create, though, is the possibility 4 AD carry bans here from the Mad Lions. They're going to get rid of the Xayah. Jhin still on the
We've been
cards.
seeing a lot of Xayah bans recently. I think that one thing that we're starting to see is that ability to self-peel is clearly being very valued, especially when you think about a champion like Kai'Sa that wants to dive on top of you. Being able to ult, perhaps mitigate some of the duration that shield is available for the Kai'Sa can be very valuable. That is going to be taken off the board. Misfit's going to answer with a an Akali ban. For those that are unaware, Humanoid last year, very well known for his Akali. Even the year prior, like, he's a big Akali player, very good one as well. So no surprises to see that one taken off the board. Let's see if it is another AD carry ban that comes the way of Mad Lions. Are they going to try and limit Kobe's options? Nope, they're instead going to focus on denying some support picks.
I mean, Vander's Alistar is like one of his most well-known picks, one of his most powerful picks. Thresh is still available, but my expectation would be Mad Lions will take that at the first pick on the second phase if it's not banned.
I don't know. I've never really been a fan of the Thresh Kai'Sa bot lane. I think that they need a little bit more engaged right now. Part of me would prefer something like a Leona.
Oh, yeah, Leona works as well. Instead, the Galio does a similar thing.
Yeah. I think the Galio offers pretty solid counter engage. Not the strongest of engage options, but when you pair it up with something like a Kai'Sa that wants to dive into a team fight, the Galio ultimate on top of it obviously offers a huge amount of value. Mad Lions going to save their mid lane pick for last, so Humanoid's going to wait to see what the rest of the composition has to offer, while Misfits look for their bot lane.
I'm thinking of Aphelios here, because you have like Galio pushing forward. Yeah, they did ban Aphelios. Yeah, so it's probably, I'm not thinking that Aphelios is going to get banned. I bet you it's not Aphelios. One hug.
Good bet, yeah.
There is the Leona picked up by Misfits. Things like the Jhin still available, the Samira as well, although we haven't seen her have much success around the world. And of course, Tristana is something Kobe has been known for in the past. Could be a pick, but haven't seen too much of that in the AD carry role here in the LEC. Oh, okay.
A bit of Vayne.
Okay.
I think it's over in the LCK where we've been seeing some Vayne. We saw it from Deft.
Gumayushi and Deft have been playing a lot.
I think that into Kai'Sa, it can definitely be quite strong. I think it matches the scaling, and I think when you look at this short-range comp coming out from Mad Lions, I really like the Vayne. I think this Vayne can be very, very good. The question is, will it pay off later on into the game?
I just checked, and Kobe's historical Vayne stats, 8 games played. Guess how many he's won?
I'm going to say 6.
7. 87.5% win rate on that champ. So, has been a while since he's played it. Of course, hasn't played it in 2021 competitively, but very strong on the champ. There's the victor for Mad Lions to round out their composition. And before we get on into the music to lead us into the game, Vedius, anything you want to mention?
Yeah, I kind of like this. Well, I already mentioned that I like the Vayne a lot. I think one of the things... I'm interested to see how this bot lane matchup plays out. Don't get to see a lot of Vayne. Typically, I know that Vayne can be quite a good matchup into the Kai'Sa, and you can bully the Kai'Sa in the early laning phase as well. And of course, you do scale quite well, but the top side of the map is where Misfits have to be careful, because Armut already showcased yesterday that when he's got a winning matchup, he can be very dominant on it. So I think it's going to be an interesting game for sure, and I cannot wait to jump into Mad Lions versus Misfits.
And on to Summoners Rift we go for the third game of the day. Vedi, I have some quick stats for you.
Oh, I love quick stats.
Medics moments, as we call them here.
Do we?
Armut and Hirit both played in the TCL last year. What was the win-loss between the two?
I don't know, Medic. What was it?
See, I gave you the option to look knowledgeable because I told you this fact earlier.
I know, and I was like, I don't want to ruin his stat.
Have you forgotten it?
No, it's 2-0 to Hirit.
It is 2-0 to Hirit. Another quick stat for you.
Oh, okay.
Humanoid leads the league in isolated deaths this split. How many has he got?
He's gotten 3.
3 isolated deaths in 2 games. More than 1 a game. Last year, he had 55 in 58 games, leading the league by 23 deaths. Larson was the second closest on 33. So what I want to see from Humanoid on this Victor is him not getting caught out alone.
But if anyone has seen our Dungeons and Dragons cold opens, you'll know that Humanoid not that lucky when it comes to rolling the die. But we will see what happens in this game. So I want to start off by looking at some of this early jungle pathing. You'll notice that Alvioya did in fact start on the Krugs. I'm talking out of my backside. He's starting on the red. I was looking at him like, damn, he killed those crows really fast. I'm like, that's because they spawn later, Vedius. I was like, well, that's really weird, interesting. Let's look at this a little bit more. No, he's starting on the red. Olaf going to start on the blue. So they're both going to be mirroring each other, pathing towards the bot side of the map. The biggest thing that you have to take into consideration in the early game is who has that bot lane priority, if of course they are pathing in that direction. Elyoya could just choose to stay towards the top side. I don't expect that to happen. It looks like he's going to do Raptors into doing a full clear bot. And it looks like that bot scuttle will be contested. For the time being, Mad have the prio and they're going in.
Yeah, Kaiser gets level 2 first. Vander takes a plasma. Kobe's just going to step in front of that long-range Void Seeker. And Mad Lions will be able to get some vision in this Tribush because of this.
So what we can see from the Galio and Kaiser laning phase is that they clearly have a little bit more wave clear than that of the Vayne. They were able to get that early prio. Van, they're going to use his very early sweeper.
Ooh, flash in. They know the Vander's not there. Kobe has to flash away. He's already used the heal, and there's first blood to Mad Lions.
Extremely well played by Kaiser, using that very brief window to punish Kobe on the Vayne, and already they're off to a great start by putting this Vayne behind. Very well executed.
You can see what Vander was trying to do is try to open up that Tribush for a gank from the Olaf, but Mad Lions bot lane once again coming up and managing to strike in the bottom lane.
Whew, so let's have a look back at it. So again, Vander goes up to clear the ward out with the sweeper. They recognize this. Kobe uses the tumble, and Kaiser's like, yeah, no, not allowed to do that. We're going to take that free kill. Thank you very much. Very well executed by him, and it did cost them a lot of summoner spells, but overall, definitely worth it. You're going to be off to a great start in the 2 versus 2, and they're going to get themselves the bot lane scuttle as well.
And just gives you that little bit of an item lead when you get back into the lane. A long sword sitting on Kazi alongside those boots, whereas Vayne, Kobe only has the boots. So just gives you, you know, we wondered how that bot lane would go. We wondered who would be in the advantage, and with Mad Lions getting an early kill, we'll definitely set them up for success. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Armut has built up a slight gold lead, a slight CS lead over Hirit, but there's a wave pushing in, so if Hirit can collect all of these, should be able to close that gap just a tad.
Yeah, but this was the top lane matchup that we were talking about.
Yeah.
The Renekton is extremely dominant, especially against the Camille. She's quite squishy in the early laning phase. Typically, the matchup can be fine, depending on how good of a Camille player you are, but also that matchup is dependent on the Renekton player as well. And as we already mentioned, Armut, he is a very dominant laner when he has the matchup to do so, and I think that he's already showcasing that in this 1 versus 1. He's already keeping a lot more pressure up towards this top wave, but it should bounce back just as this wave starts to arrive. You can see he's building up that Fury, lands the stun. Good trade for him.
Yeah, it's an easy enough trade for him. He just used the Ruthless Predator and then can use the Cull the Weak. Olaf working his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Brazel was up here, was spotted out by Armut as he came from his Grumpen. With the Mountain Dragon spawning relatively soon, you can see Misfits just trying to gain control over this area. VTO coming across, placing a ward. And, it's more about making sure that Elyoya isn't in a good position to find anything with these objectives starting to spawn.
In the case, you kind of look at these Drakes and you think, is there a potential for an early one? But with the current wave state in bot lane, I don't think that Mad kind of want to break this freeze that they have going on. They want to deny Kobe as much as possible. Nice Condemn to keep things back. Kobe knows that the wave is going to come to him eventually, but without any prio in the mid lane, that is going to make this Drake that much harder. So V2, look at his positioning right now. Kind of hovering around the bottom of the river, saying like, hey, if you spot the jungler, we can move very fast. I can keep this wave pushed up. Victor, in the early laning phase, doesn't really have the best wave clear. Kind of wants to make sure that he gets that upgrade in his E before he can start really gaining prio in the 1 versus 1. Stun comes through.
In. There is the teleport. It's going to be Hirit joining the phase. Still only level 5 though. No Hexagon Maiden for him. Flashes forward with the tactical sweep. They're still looking for Kazi. They know he doesn't have flash. He uses the heal, but Kobe takes the kill.
Well executed there from Misfits. Obviously committing the TP is a huge investment, but Armut didn't have his TP available, so Misfits saw their window of opportunity to get Kobe back into the game, and the fact that he got that kill is massive for him. I wonder what they're going to do with the wave. Ooh, a stun comes through.
Kaiser doesn't have flash. There's the Hexagon Maiden. Here it just hit 6, and Vander will secure the kill, I believe, with an Aftershock bot. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, VTO, feeling the pain of the Chaos Storm, is forced away, has to earn a heal of his own.
Wow, okay, so huge punish there, once again, from Misfits. They've been able to gain the kill lead and the gold lead, and Armut is going to get as much as he can, try and accelerate that gold advantage, but Misfits has kind of gotten what they wanted. They've gotten their bot lane ahead. after what was a very difficult level 2 play from Mad Lions. Of course, hear it now in a very sad situation. Elyoya is also up here and they're looking for the dive.
There's only 3 minions here as well.
Like, wear off soon from Armut. Yeah, I don't think they can actually pull this dive off.
Elyoya tanks a tower shot. Armut does the same, and Herit just walks away from them. Armut does have a sizable CS lead up here now in the top lane, about 23 or so. But if Herit can continue to influence the map, it doesn't matter too much how this individual 1v1 is going.
Just a lot of respect to Herit there for actually investing his TP towards the bot side. Like, when you're already in a losing matchup, you know that TPing away is just going to make that even worse, right? And if they had gotten nothing from that TP, it would have been disaster. Herit even invested his flash, so it really could have been terrible. But they're able to make it work. He executes very well. As you rightly said, Kazi did not have flash, and they were able to get a big kill. Specifically onto Kobe. So now this Vayne with the Berserker's Greaves should have a slightly easier time in the 2 versus 2, and is going to continue to ramp up as the game goes on.
Yeah, one of the issues for the Vayne will always be her wave clear speed, at least. Like, you can get all of the minions, but your single target DPS is more than the AoE that you get from something like a Kai'Sa, which is why we see Kazi and Kai'Sa once again pushing in that bottom lane and being able to move up here towards the Rift Herald just that little bit quicker. Already in the mid lane, VTO forced back, and this means that Mad Lions should be able to secure this Herald pretty easily by themselves.
Interesting that they rotate all this way up to then immediately just back off, recognizing, nope, we don't have any prio top. Misfits bot lane's already in the mid lane, so I'm just going to try and push this wave in as fast as I can, but because he decided to roam up, like, Kazi's not really going to lose anything. This wave is going to slow push towards him. He may lose a couple more minions here, but yeah, I think the Mad Lions are in a comfortable spot. They can now use this Rift Herald as they see fit. I expect them to use it top, try and keep the gold difference between the 2 top laners as large as they possibly can, keep funneling these resources into Armut so that he's in the side lane, going to be so much more threatening than the Camille. I think there is a point in the game where Camille can start to fight the Renekton, but it's much later. It's like 3 items, and that 3-item point is now much further delayed, especially if they keep investing these resources. But you can see the Misfits now trying to return the favor to Herit. Hovering around the top side, Herit.
Armut's just being smart though, right? Like, he has a few wards around. He doesn't know where the enemy jungler is. He doesn't know where the enemy support is. It's like, I don't need to do anything here. The wave is not an easy spot for him, so perhaps the jungler coming across to help break that will be good soon. But for now, he's very happy just to wade in the bush and collect any XP for minions that die.
So, Mad know where enemy jungler is. They definitely know now.
Yep.
And they can just use the Rift Herald bot lane. So the advantage, or like the equalizing that Misfits had done in the bot lane, likely going to be slightly undone now, as Kazi's going to keep getting this solo XP. They can drop the Rift Herald as well. Galio is hovering around, not level 6 yet, but it's what I expect to drop from Elyoya.
It looks like Misfits are willing to step up to this. Evander with the solar flare, maybe just realizing that if you catch a good ultimate on the enemy, they're going to struggle if they look to dive you. Kobe had spent a long time just waiting to get back on into the lane, and now has finally found his destination.
I'm just surprised that he chose not to use the Rift Herald there. Maybe they wanted to make sure that they could secure the tower, but they knew when the Razor was topside, they knew that they had enough to the Herald would not have been enough to actually secure that tower, so I guess for now they decided to get that money onto Kazi for the time being. I think it's fine. So he's going to hold on to it. You can see that now that Elyoya is pathing up towards the top side. Galio is also making his way towards mid along with the Kai'Sa.
Welcome to
so Mad
Summoner's
definitely have the right
Rift.
set towards the top side of the map, and with the Drake spawning in 40 seconds, maybe they're just looking to trade those objectives.
Quite possibly.
30 seconds until minions
only
spawn.
need 2 more dragons to get towards that soul. Here it caught underneath the tower here. Armut's going to tank it up. There's the Galio coming in as well. Hexagol Maiden's going to force Elyoya back, but he's not underneath the tower. Flash away from Hibbett to escape the taunt. And he is able to get away from this one. Winds of War's not enough, even with the Ignite. Rift Herald will be used here in the top lane by Mad Lions. Who's on their way? Well, Vanda and Razor having none of this. They want to try and fight. This Rift Herald should not be able to get rid of all of those, but leaves it with one.
Minions have spawned.
It certainly does, but now we see Kobe in mid.
Going in with the final hour. Humanoid puts down the gravity field, but BTO just dives forward, gets the kill. Armor now coming in. Ruthless Predator Sun's gonna land, but the sleep is there, and the crocodile goes bye-bye. Razor takes the kill.
Wow, a lot of skirmishing happening across the map now.
Chase him down.
Razor easily dives underneath the tower. Will was very well done. I like the from the safety of did the sneak through his half of the jungle. There were no wards there. The condemn comes through. Meteo is on the way as well, and a great panel start. Humanoid does not flash to avoid the damage, and then you think, oh, okay, well, man, they're going to respond with the TP, but Vanda and Razor are already pathing from topside down into mid, and the really you know what? Easy peasy. More than enough damage in this game. Find a couple of really good kills.
And this is how to really thrive. A lot of these scams. Fnatic one, they kept fighting, they kept forcing the enemy team to respond, and do that. Got his goals upgrade everything. We're in the game. You've already seen what he can do in 1v1. Never mind what he can do in a team fight.
Very strong right now. Misfits with 2 Drakes as well. Things looking pretty good for Misfits. Start to see these trades very well. Is very pragmatic. She is. Good Camille player. Quite effective and just take smart trades and know what windows they can do. And you can see there who's doing a great job. I think that if they were committing the team into the even after all the money that he was thanks to the Rift Herald. Very been able to deny that. Largely, if we can actually have a quick look at the golds, I even go for an all-in here.
Ultimatum available. Look at the bottom side behavior. Grasher solo gonna land. Carly's doing what he can. He's literally not even denting these health bars. He
is not.
Armor going in, gets the sound office. Is propping here. Here it's going to look to try and get away, but Armor with the flash to stop the wall jump coming out. Mad Lion's going to take this top lane tower.
So they should be able to trade across the map right now. That's a big drowsy hit from Vanda. Get away the safety for the time being. Probably the first tower of the game going in favor of Mad. Of course, Vayne trying to take down the bot lane tower, but going to go down much slower, speaking. And I like what we're seeing from Misfits. I think that has been very effective. The biggest thing is the Armor doesn't have TP, whereas it does, which means he's quite freely sitting top lane to try and the wave as much as he can in order to be able to be in a position to then reset and look to contest bot. I really don't think it's worth man fighting for this objective. Misfits is just in a good position to take it right now. So just sitting in the front camp, just trying to get what farm they can because it's too difficult for him to be able to push out and actually clear any of the waves. And Man's going to prioritize setting up control for this trade. I don't think that they have to all-in commit for it, but I think that they're pretty strong now, with a lot of their first items being finished, and the fact that Hirit actually hasn't gone back to upgrade his just yet. There's a small item advantage that Mad could use to actually force his trade. It's still a minute away, so for him to actually set. It's a little bit worried where everyone is the form of Mad on the outside, so he's playing on the inside, and then inside. for round 3. And as you were saying, like, this is the primary objective that they're setting up for. But I think Misfits will want to contest. Notice that here it is already on his way. Doesn't want to even commit to the TP. Instead, he's like, no, I want to be here for the start of the fight.
Yeah, Armut's already working his way down here as well. Follows him to the flash, and Humanoid dies. Many trying to get away with Hero's Engine. They go to Maiden Wall. Him in his first kill of the game, and now Kazi and Elyoya are on the run. Kazi and surveying on your parade right now. Kazi caught underneath the tower, nowhere to go. Razzle dies in the end to the turret, but it's one exchange in favor of Misfits.
And it all starts with such a big mistake from Humanoid. You can't just walk into the run like that. You should be aware of the enemies. He doesn't have his position, so this is so risky. Like, it's so dangerous. It's just a little too late because they're actually connected. Armut is the such a big mistake. It's going to give Misfits so much of an advantage. It's going to put them on so point. It's going to accelerate the goal lead by a massive amount. Yet even though Razor does die, Zoya, like, Misfits have so much going on. I'm quite surprised that the goal is still even. If you could swap over and have a look at where these goal discrepancies are actually building up. Wow, I actually thought Razor would have a much bigger goal advantage than what he had, but I guess because of the points the man were able to get, that's kind of also be added to the list of assassinations as Misfits extend their kill lead to 13. What a great game from them. It's just constant skirmishing, constant picks that they've been able to find onto Mad. And, they've been running away with this game. No objectives for them to take for the time being. The wave clear on Humanoid is very prevalent, but that's when the repelled can help them.
Throughout the course of the weekend, one day against Fnatic, they were so skirmish heavy, so willing to take fights, and ended up winning. Then yesterday on Totality, they really struggled to find any of these fights, and you could see it costing them as the game developed. Here against Mad, they put Mad to the sword, and at the moment, they're slicing them up.
An enemy has been slain.
All connected. Very well played there by Kobe in the follow-up from Vanda. And then noting that Armut had already committed the TP, it was very easy for Hirits to lock him.
Enemy killing spree.
Easy bubble lands. Razor comes up. Fishbowl cross. Gravestone for dinner. Not taking it back.
Probably be pretty gritty food, wouldn't it? Yeah, but great play so far from Misfits. Vayne now has that Phantom Dancer as well. Cobby, single target DPS will be incredible. Phantom Dancer, if you build up 5 stacks of the passive, gives you a 40% attack speed buff for the next few seconds.
I just think that Man's Comp is not designed to handle Vayne, right? We already talked about it in the draft, but it has no easy backline access, and so you basically need to dive on top of it. Given that Kobe only death was early on level 2, the fact that Razor, he's just gonna run at him. He's gonna run at him. He's gonna run at him, and he's
Enemy double kill.
And one of the benefits of Olaf is you can tank up
proc your Q faster, and you overall just get more DPS. So main trick there, learning that for quite a few years ago.
Yeah, I learnt it and then have never been able to do it effectively in a fight because I'm freaking out about the fact I'm playing Vayne. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, if anything, that's one of the easier mechanics because it's stationary at a Baron.
Look,
but hey, support mains. Hey, what are you gonna do? You know,
I don't CS. I can put a ward in a bush.
yeah, when was the last time you played Vayne?
Strong and Mad Lions will take their 5th kill of the game.
That one felt personal.
Yeah.
We'll get the better of it now.
This 30-second window. The rest of the game hasn't been too good. How are you ever going to get onto him? Like, you can stun him with Ruthless Predator, you can stun strong enough already with most items. Do you really need to give her a gore drinker in the middle of it all?
I think it's going to be really hard for them to use it.
Can you ult forward? You
but if you're that if anyone, I feel like this is the thing. I think that Olaf just scales now. I think that thanks to Gordrinker, he is a scaling champion.
It's disgusting.
That was so strong. He dove into 3 people. We saw forcing him out, and then Kazi goes to the commitment. Like, okay, we have the numbers advantage. Let's actually go for one. Bobby now like, okay, no. We're not gonna flash and try and avoid armored, but we're gonna go commitment now. We want to reach party, and I will not be succeed. And at the very end, he does go down, but the damage is already done.
Enemy killing spree.
In the midst of it all.
And once again, we've seen engage here with the Zenith. Is going to try and put the damage in from the side of the side. Lands, and Kazi is done for before he can even join the fight. Shut down onto Vander without diving into the wall. It's a double for him. Armor's left alone by Elyoya, who is running back to him. It's actually keeping to the bottom lane to look to that inhibitor. Misfit may be done with this game. The inhibitor in the bottom and the top lane. Should be able to take it pretty easily. 15 seconds on Kaiser before he comes back up. But Misfits have been in control of this game for a long time, and now they truly have it by the scruff.
Rapid use of skirmishing seems to be the name of the game for Misfits. That's where they find success. As you mentioned, they won against Fnatic. This is how they're ready to win their game. I think that when they played against Vitality, it was just too slow for them. You know, they couldn't find those skirmishes. They couldn't get into the face of their opposition. And now when you give them champions like this with the Zoe, Olaf, it's very easy for them to just be trying to make plays, get into the face of their enemy. And you can see the results of that. Didn't really get to see peak Razor. Then we're starting to see glimpses of what he can do. So let's have a quick look back at this fight. Really, not much to break down outside of just the running down. See how quickly Kazi is taken out. And the rest of Mad Lions just trying to run away from an Infernal Soul empowered Misfit squad.
It's actually just... is back all the time. I knew he was strong, but watching him in some of these fights is just disgusting. It's...
I mean, of course, these are fed Olaf, but
Misfits only have 1 lane left to push. Super minions coming in the bottom, and the top lane boosted waves. Does have the flash coming up in just a second. Hear it? Yes, please. Taunt him, it's going to die onto will be the game. Misfits take all the inhibitors, take 28 kills to 9, and take any hope Mad Lions had.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Fisho definitely going to be happy with that result. Great way to start off the split. 2 big wins, and yeah, I feel like that we're seeing a very exciting Misfits to watch. You know, as we already mentioned, they love to scrap, they love to fight, and I just have to give so much credit to Kieran. He has been one of the most impressive players for me this weekend. Like, this game, obviously the start. But it's just like what Kieran did in the early game, sacrificing the TP to get bot into a neutral state. I think it was just so he made it easy. He's a joy to watch. I really enjoyed him as a top. I'm excited to see him moves forward, but this game was very much, I feel, the Razor show.
Well, I wonder who you're going to vote for in the Kia Player of the Game vote at LEC on Twitter. Razor, Kobe, and Vander. All I'm going to say is, he played really well. He had a really good game. He, like, there's no voting for him there. Yeah, I'm very excited for this business. I do wonder how things are going to develop if people not develop.
Dominating. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Swim in terror.
Enemy double kill.
Do I scare you?
Enemy triple kill.
Welcome back to the LEC Misfits with the satisfying 2-1 to wrap up week 1 in the LEC, and I have Razork with me to talk about the game. Hi, thanks for joining me.
Hello. Hello, thank you.
You're welcome, my pleasure. I want to talk about Olaf because first the pick seems super strong, but I noticed that it has 100% presence in the LEC so far, whether it's picked or banned. So has Pantheon and Talia, but do you think Olaf is the strongest jungler right now in the meta?
For sure, it's one of the most OP champion in the game right now. I mean, I feel a bit dirty playing this champ, and I don't really enjoy playing this champ because it's a bit unskilled. But I think it's actually probably the most OP champion in the game at the moment right now. So I'm actually a bit confused why Mad Lions left it open when they also lost against Olaf of Jankos. He actually fucking did the first clear, so I don't know.
Good for you and your victory, I guess. But I'm talking a bit more about the jungle meta here. We had 9 unique champions in the jungle so far in the LEC. Do you think that's it? Because we know how much we like the farming junglers right now. So do you think it can get wider, the meta, or is it going to stay like this?
I think at the moment it's probably gonna stay like this because you actually get out tempo so much if your champion farms way slower than the other champions. For example, like Lee Sin is that kind of champion, and now enemy Lilia can do 6 camps when he has 3, so it's actually a bit unplayable. So in my opinion, I think that the meta is gonna stay like farming champions.
All right, too bad for you, Lee for now. Maybe later, we'll see. But
We'll see, yeah.
focusing on the game you just had, who had the best performance according to you? Who played the best?
Well, it's hard to say. I think we all play good in some moments, and we did some mistakes in some moments of the game. So, I mean, I think BTO played really good team fights with the bubbles stuff, but I think Bander and Kobe actually played really good this game. They had some synergy in the bot, and even though they died solo kill, I think I will give the credit to the bot lane this game because it was Kobe mostly the initiative in the mid gank when I got double kill and I started snowballing. So I will say Kobe, yeah.
All right, so you give credits to your teammates because the community decided that you were the player of the game here. You talked about the fact that Olaf was a disgusting champion and that you didn't like playing it so much, but still happy with the performance you had?
Yeah, I mean, I just need to throw Q, press cost, ultimate, and run them down. And yeah, I mean, it's just most the champion, you know. I think I played decent, I did what I had to do, and being alpha with this champ, you can't ult backwards with Olaf. I feel like it's really bad. So you just go forward and that's it, you know.
And you had fun with your Echo at least once this week. You can't have fun every
and
game.
I lost.
Okay. Let's not talk about this one. You get to finish the week on a positive note, and that's where it should stay. Last question for you. You entered the LEC last year as a rookie. This year you have 2 rookies or inexperienced players on the solo lanes, which are Hirit and Video. How is it different for you as a jungler to guide these rookies onto the Summoner's Rift?
Well, last year I was probably getting guided by Feviven, and this year is kinda I'm doing his job, you know, with video. So like to work on the mid jungle synergy, he was like the one helping me last year, and now I'm the one helping video and try to be on the same page every time. And with Kirit, I think we have natural synergy in my opinion, and we can easily work on the top lane.
All right, well, good to hear from you guys at Misfits. And Razok, thank you so much for the interview. I will see you next week.
Thank you, Laura. Bye-bye.
Bye. And we're going to take a break and we'll come back in a few minutes with Schalke 04 versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Reckless, and so far, the start of the season is a bit of a bad dream compared to the end of the 2020 season in the LEC for Fnatic. 0-2 start, and they are in fact the only team yet to pick up a win. And for the Fnatic faithful, I can imagine that is just not a good time. I have seen from the side of the organization, it's pretty calm, cool, and collected. There's a couple of memes saying, "How you doing, son? Are you winning, son?" They're just saying, well, no, we're just working on our team synergy and we're working it out. That's good for the outward perspective, but how do we think it's going in the inwards perspective with the pressure that's on the shoulders of these players?
I hope it's the same inwards as they show to the outside, because I wouldn't blame any of the players or Yamato Cannon for feeling a ton of pressure at the moment. Like, obviously for Upset, he's replacing Reckless. That's already a big thing. And then the first thing that happens is you lose 2 games. Whenever you play for Fnatic, it doesn't matter where they are in the standings. It doesn't matter which players are on the team. Every fan expects them to win and fight towards the top. That's not happening at the moment. I hope they don't start going in towards too many short-term solutions. And they're still trying to keep the big picture in mind, because it's a long season. It's only week 1.
What do you mean with that, short-term solutions, in terms of what we've seen from Fnatic so far? Do you mean in terms of compositions or the way they approach the next games, or what do you mean?
I mean, it can be something like, if the only thing that's worked for them in practice, let's say that was like playing only through bot side super heavily, so that's all they start doing every single game, just to try to start picking up some wins, and then they don't actually develop anything else as a team. That's something bottom teams tend to do when they start panicking halfway through and they want to try and make playoffs. It's not necessarily the best in a week 1 scenario. They have 5 great players. They should be able to play through every single lane eventually, and I think that's what they will be working towards. So yeah, that's what I mean with, like, don't necessarily just go
Don't
all
drop everything because you've lost 2 games.
Yeah, don't drop my chair, apparently. Just
Oh,
broke
I'm
as
doing
well.
the same. These chairs are crazy.
The other thing I will add on is that I do think the outward-facing communication from Fnatic, it's not surprising. This is an organization with a very long and rich history, with many, many, many ups and downs. And as you've heard several times throughout the course of the broadcast, Fnatic as a team and as an organization don't tend to start splits particularly strong. 50% of their starts for the last 6 splits have been a negative win-loss ratio, yet they've still gone on to fix things. Earlier today, we talked about the chances of making playoffs. It is a long split. There are 18 games to play. I'm not expecting them to pop off quickly, but the caliber of players, I do think they can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the Super Week, though, you do want to get 1 win on the board at least, and this would be a good one to start.
It's
because
a lot nicer to win than lose.
That is true. Thank you for that, the fish show. Wow, such good insight. I'm so glad
Next
you're here.
level
Next level
analysis.
analysis. But, you know, when you look at the caliber of players that are on this team, these are guys that like to win, and they are used to win, right? Most of them throughout their entire careers, actually. Niski coming over for C9, where he was extremely successful as well. So the big question is, what can they put into the Schalke Fear match? This is very winnable. Schalke has looked shaky at best.
I mean, so what we've seen so far for pretty much all the teams, except when you're playing at least Rogue, maybe G2, is these matches are very winnable. I think drafting for Fnatic right here, you can go for a fairly easy teamfight comp.
Don't give away Pantheon.
I think,
don't
yeah,
give away
you don't have to give the same comps
Don't make the
yesterday.
same mistakes.
I still think Fnatic will be favorites here to win this game. Easy to execute comp, you should be fine.
All right, let's see what happens. A win here would be a huge spark of energy for both teams as they look to end the opening week on a high note.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Dracos, joined now on the caster desk by Cadril for the last 2 games of the day. Fnatic vs. Schalke, certainly a very exciting game, and it most certainly would be even if it wasn't a chance for Fnatic to go 0-3 in week 1, but that would be big drama. And I'd be curious to see if it's going to happen. Cadril, you heard from the desk, Fnatic still kind of favored on this one after what you've seen over the last 2 days. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I mean, they still have like three really good players that we know are always going to show up in the top jungle and support. So if they play well, I think their carries can just thrive off of it, right? They're the playmakers. The carries that tend to just sit back and get the resource and then carry later on in the game. So I need them to see them be a bit more calculated in how they take their fights.
And just like Vetty says, do the thing.
The music thing. Lovely.
Cadril, I think the best part of that is like the emotional whiplash of that building into the very chill section of our show that is picks and bans. It's like in 300, if like Leonidas threw the spear at Xerxes rather than like clipping him and it being like gods could bleed, he just like whiffed. That's what the emotional
Anticlimactic. It's like, well, now what?
Here we go! They're gonna select their champions before they fight. All right, there you go. And already Camille and Pantheon taking off the board, Olaf and Talia as well. We're not going to get to see a repeat of what Razork did in the previous game, and for good reasons. Olaf very strong on the current patch. Thresh also banned away.
Yeah, it gives a few OPs open still. The TF, Kai'Sa. We're looking at things like the Nidalee still open, Renekton. These are the OPs that are kind of sitting up and available. The Thresh ban tells me that I think Schalke won't go for the Aphelios Thresh they did beforehand, which is the best combo in the bot lane for Aphelios. So interested to see how this pans out, but I like the ban so far. The Renekton ban does come in, so Nidalee does drop a little bit in prio, so now we're looking at things like the Kai'Sa.
See if that's what they want to prioritize here, of course, for Upset. We've seen the Kai'Sa game, we've seen the Aphelios game. He picked it up even without the Thresh, and while it didn't go too poorly, obviously the Fnatic playstyle that we've seen in these first two games has been very, very scrappy, and a lot of those scraps not always well advised. But I do love to see this TF locked in as a first pick. I think that in this week one, when teams are not as coordinated, when they are not put together, TF is even stronger than he normally would be because of all the opportunities he opens up.
Yeah, definitely. And now Schalke should go for the Kai'Sa 100%. I think TF Kai'Sa were the only real OPs open. You have junglers, you have Nidalee, Lilia still open, so I think the jungle trade's not too much of a problem. We've seen early rotation Gragas's as well, so I wouldn't be surprised something like that come out. But the Kai'Sa Lilia is going to come in, so now does Fnatic want to go for something like the Gragas, try to flex it up? They want to try and get the strongest jungle matchup for them. I'm looking at things like Nidalee perhaps, which we've seen earlier in the day works well with TF. You have early push mid, you have like this roaming setup with TF, getting the stun cards with the ult. It just allows Nidalee to hit the spears quite easily, so Camille and Renekton being down just kind of makes you wonder, do we see Aatrox, do we see Gnar, do we see Gragas?
What other options are there? The Graves now going to come in for self-made, obviously with an AP mid laner. Good to have that AD damage in the jungle. Now paired with the Set as well. Of course, important to remember that Bwipo has never shied away from playing Set in the top lane when necessary, but for the most part, we do expect this champion to go into the bot lane as a support. Not nearly as strong as he was in patches past, but still a very solid engage option on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we've seen traditionally the counter to the TF was the Sylas, but we're actually going to see the Lucian, which I'm a big fan of. I think TF Graves is a really strong 2v2. I think things like Akali is kind of out of the question when you have TF Graves in the enemy team. Sylas could somewhat work, but I think the Lucian is one of the strongest picks into TF. You can get early push prior, you win 1v1, so it's really hard for TF to step up, especially if you're playing with things like the Cleanse or Ignite, these combat summoners. Just makes it a lot harder for TF to get the push and actually be able to be active on the map without actually losing plates in mid when he does ult towards the bot side, but I expect with TP and Spellbook he should be fine in the lane phase. Should still be able to go somewhat even, but like I said, when he ults to the side lanes or he does try to roam, the Lucian can definitely punish that lane.
Absolutely can, and really just need to keep our eye on that mid lane in the early game to see if that's followed up on, if they are able to shut the TF down completely, just in the context of this 1v1, or if it's going to take a little bit of support from the jungle as well. But the Xayah going to be banned away, limiting some of the options that Upset has available. We saw Kave opt to play the Xayah against Upset previously this week. It looked like an okay matchup. I think Kai'Sa clearly above Xayah on the tier list, but still all around a pretty solid AD carry. And the final ban here is going to be the Gragas. Makes a lot of sense. Gragas feels like the best possible tank pick in the meta right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a... They banned away the Alistar, so I think Schalke might have thought that they want to flex the Set and go for like a Gragas flex as well, because they're a bit scared of that matchup. So taking away the Gragas, lots of bans across the board, and I'm just curious to see what Neon's going to go for AD here. He's got the Kai'Sa, and... I mean Upset, sorry. What's Upset going to go for AD here? He's got the Kai'Sa, Lucian's been picked away. Not a huge difference really, but I think the Xayah ban kind of comes in as well, which means Set can't get flexed and they can't pick the Rakan. The Galio is good engage, so what does Upset want to go for here? We've seen MF, we've seen things like the Kalista as well, which has worked really well with the Set. We saw Rogue run that with a roaming mid. It could be quite powerful for the side of Fnatic.
Very much could be. I like the Galio lock in here though from the side of Schalke. Gives them some opportunities to respond to what TF can bring, and if frankly, if Fnatic don't have any more magic damage in their team composition, TF really going to struggle to get through that Galio shield on his own, and it's going to nullify a lot of the impact that he brings in the mid to late game fights. Of course, it's a support, so itemization is going to be pretty limited, but that is going to be the Samira. All right, Cadril, Samira, we've seen the highlight clips, Cat Flowers, blah, 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 Garage, Toolkit, whatever, but talk to me about what you actually think about this champion.
It feels like this champion has its pop-off moments, but sometimes when I see this champion ahead, it just doesn't look like it's as useful as you'd expect, right? You think it's fed, doesn't do too much in fights, but I think that in the right hands, in the right game state, I think this champ can pop off in fights, and especially against the composition of Schalke, which has a lot of squishies on it. If Samira can get in the backline really quick with her dashes and ult, with an Ornal behind her, then she's definitely doing a lot of damage. But that's a Jax last pick into the Ornn. So Broken Blade being Broken Blade, going for his side laners, going for split pushing, scaling on the side lane. And I think Schalke's comp is a little bit all over the place when you first look at it, but you have Prio mid, you have a Galio ult for Jax on a side lane, and you have Kai'Sa Lilia just for the team fights, basically. So it's a bit mix and match, the Schalke comp. I'm not a huge fan compared to the side of Fnatic, who have the globals to shut down the split push, and they have really hard engage to shut down the Kai'Sa in mid. So two somewhat different playstyles here, but you can see Schalke's win condition is this Jax.
And a lot of pressure then again on Broken Blade, but as you said, this is what we know him for. This is the kind of player that he is. Time to see if he can make good on that commitment by locking in this Jax here. Build a big enough advantage, snowball that, and be the beefy side laner that Schalke need him to be on the opposite side. Fnatic hoping that they can play a little bit more of a map game as we get ready for Fnatic versus Schalke. No fear. Game has begun.
Yep.
Kia, movement that inspires. Thank you, Kia. That was my segue out of whatever that singing was that hopefully most people didn't notice. You'll get a chance to vote for your MVP at LEC after this game. Be between 3 choices. Hard to know who's going to come out on top, but you have to imagine if Schalke wins, the Broken Blade will play a big part of it. That said, early on in the game, might not be the most explosive matchup. Kadril, you're the jungler. Let's talk about jungle. I think when I see these champions in solo queue, I'm like, they're going to farm. I'm probably not going to see them until, you know, I'm overextending horribly. They're just gonna power farm up, get some items under their belt. What do you expect to see them do in this game?
That's the thing. I think full clearing now is so important because the camp respawn timers are 2 minutes, and farming towards your mythic items is so important, or even these base items, things like the Iron Spike Whip. These kind of items are so important to get to, serrated dirks, all these things. So full clearing is really important because it's basically secured gold, and by the time you finish your full clear at around 4 minutes to 4 minutes 20, you can. That's when the respawn's going. 4 minutes to 4 minutes 20, your next camps respawn. That's why we see Lilia starting on the Raptors. That's when the camp will probably respawn. You just want to keep farming them non-stop because by the time you finish a full clear in base, you're basically going back to your next camp already. So going for like these level 2 cheeses, yes, you could get a flash, maybe best case you get a kill, but the amount of time that you've lost to the enemy jungler who's farming his camps isn't really worth it. So I think we'll see both junglers here go for somewhat of a full clear. And just a small interesting thing, Lilia going Raptors to Krugs to get the double respawn faster, and it does make it so the red buff's easier as you see limit. Makes a lot of sense. Does get traded on a bit, has to use the Aftershock. That does favor Schalke a little bit more. And like we said, I think Broken Blade is the win condition in this comp. He's really good against the TF.
Big trade.
Lots of trading going on the map. Just going back to my point, I think Jax is really good against TF because you can dodge the stun card. So getting a gank setup on the Jax is really hard. And I think you can see Schalke's 1-3-1 comp with the Jax with the Lucian on sides. It's going to need to get some resource on those champions to make sure that you can fully utilize that composition.
Absolutely something that's important to consider. And I think obviously 2 very solid starts. In terms of individual lanes for Schalke. No fear, that trade in the mid lane very good. Of course, important to remember that there is no TP for Abadage, so Niski will get the free race set. He has the corrupting potion as well, so not the end of the world that he lost out big on that level 2 trade, but certainly not ideal. Meanwhile, what we saw in the bottom lane, tough to know exactly what to expect 100% from this lane matchup, but the difference between Phase Rush and Aftershock does mean that while Hylissang can get out a little bit easier, when Galio goes in, he is going to be much tankier at this point in the game.
And I think small thing to note, Abadage did force Niski's TP back to lane at 3 minutes in the game. He still has a potion, he still has a cookie as well, and he's full HP in mana, so that's a huge, huge thing for the Lucian, being able to force TF's TP so early into the game.
And additionally, in a situation right now where Vision is spotting out Selfmade too, so there's really no way for them to punish the fact that Lucian is so far pushed forward right now, kind of keeping TF locked into the tower, and Niski not comfortable enough to set up a freeze because Lucian just walks and starts hitting him if he tries to do it.
Yeah, and look at the clear speed difference, you know, Gilius just about to finish the crab, and Selfmade didn't even kill the Krugs in his clear. So Gilius has got a somewhat of a camp advantage here. Looks like he might drop a ward here on the respawn Raptors and just go to base, which is really good information. You saw Selfmade on the top side with your early wards. Now we'll use our jungler's wards on his respawn camps to get his information. You look at bot side wards for Schalke, you know, they've got the crab triple ward across the bot side jungle. So after these Krugs, I would expect Selfmade to get spotted out. So these Schalke lanes can keep playing aggressive. You know, when you see the jungle bot side, you can always just dash in whenever you want on the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely can. And I think that's important to note too, because when we look at Broken Blade as a player so far this season, it's, you know, it's been an interesting story. And while obviously he's doing very well in this individual matchup right now, we haven't, I think it's been kind of a quiet start for Broken Blade. Obviously lowest in jungle proximity. This guy hasn't been getting a lot of attention. He's been living on his island, but now that he's got a Jax game, maybe this is finally where we get to see Broken Blade flex a little bit on the LEC stage.
Yeah, it's just an interesting start really. It's only 2 games really, but I think the fact that Broken Blade as a player is a high resource carry top laner, we know that, we've seen that over in TSM, so it's interesting that the jungle proximity is so low for him. But now that he's playing the Jax, Gilius did full clear top to bot. So I expect him after these Raptors to be able to somewhat impact that lane. As we see that walls from Gilius paying its debts there, shows Selfmade on the map.
Yeah, thanks for the highlight and follow-up there, observers. Well done. And Gilius, as you said, starting to pull off to a nice little start here. Additionally, the early Seekers, you know, obviously going to delay the Mythic item spike early on, but Leandri's just adding more burn damage anyway, so good to have the extra armor. Will help a healthy clear, and Upset is just going to dash out to safety. Important to note, too, that especially as we get closer to level 6, there is setup CC in every lane for every single member of both teams except for Abbedagge in the mid lane. So really, while it is a very calm game state right now, the Jax counter-strike, the Orin Horn, the Hylissang being willing to flash in and go for that face breaker, this can change very, very quickly.
Yeah. And small thing to note, Bwipo got Broken Blade to base earlier, so Bwipo has somewhat of a small advantage in the top lane in terms of XP. Broken Blade lost a few creeps to the tower there. And you can see Schalke's bot lane base together and they're pinging towards the bot side, so I'd expect him, Gilius and Limit to come together, try to get some wards into the bot side jungle and try and get an early Drake from this bot power that they're having, because Fnatic are going to have to base. They're a bit down in tempo on bot side, because Hylissang did base earlier than Upset. Upset still needs to go back to base, so there is a window for Dragon. There's no TPs on the top side. But the Destiny just got available on the map, and this key just hits level 6, so it can be a bit risky without any information on where Selfmade is as well.
Spotting out at least a little bit of info here is Hylissang. I won't say too aggressively checks here. He's feeling pretty confident that he can make it out of this one. He still has the flash up and available, but trying to keep information up as long as possible just to see if they do start the Dragon. Instead, it'll just be the Scuttle Crab and these small incremental advantages slowly stacking up in favor of Gilius. He has now ticked over to level 6. It's going to be a small window before Selfmade gets there, but this is where Lilia really starts to come into her own, having access to that drowsy, to that sleep. Makes a lot of gank setups so much easier.
Yeah, and I think Schalke's mid jungle is really strong at this point in the game. Level 6 on the Lilia, level 6 on the Lucian. There's so much burst potential there, but Fnatic have the tools to use the global of the TF. It's a bit hard to go up to the top side, but bot lane is probably where they're looking, unless they can get the Jaxi out and go for the all-in.
Now the knockup, Whipple continuing to extend here, empowered auto, Nisqy on the way in, already burned the counter-strike, can't block that. First blood coming through, Broken Blade over-aggressive there on extending that trade.
Yeah, way too aggressive, and it looks like Fnatic's gonna do the Drake as well, so they're gonna win out on top side, they're gonna win out on bot side as well, so that's a huge play for the side of Fnatic. All Gilius can really do is just look to clear his top camps.
And I gotta say, Cadro, I like the Ornn pickup here. I like the use of the TF2 because I think Fnatic have successfully identified the winning formula in week 1, which is kind of just KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Like you get the semi-globals, you get a big beefy tank that can kick off fights for you, because we've seen so many teams, whether they were top tier last season or bottom tier, struggle to execute, struggle to close out games cleanly, struggle to snowball leads without getting pulled into these big, long, scrappy games. And Fnatic now have the tools to do so. Yes, they could also accelerate a lead, but if worse comes to worse and we're in another 35-minute, both teams have 3 dragons apiece kind of scenario, Fnatic have all the tools to win out in these fights.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've drafted a comp here which is a lot more easy to execute. You know, you've got the 1-4 comp with TF over side, you've got the engage with Ornn, and you've got the hyper carry AD, which scales really well into the late game. So what more do you want to ask for there? And Broken Blade getting taken down does mean that Bwipo is a little bit ahead in XP, and you can see the lanes have kind of swapped there because Abbedagge stayed top to catch the waves, which meant Broken Blade went towards mid. And the whole reason that Broken Blade died there is because he went aggressive with the E, right? He had no E for the dodge on the TF stun, so TF ulted top instantly, and that's just an overextension from Broken Blade there. Not being too aware of where TF was when he went to the aggressive trade with the E, but Fnatic are going to start up this Herald. Neon's moving his way up from the bot side river, and it looks like it could turn into a 5v5, but Upset needs to catch the wave. So the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Schalke.
Now Destiny for the TF, important to note, but that's going to be one sleepy Bwipo, is unstoppable for now, is going to flash out to safety. Taunt now down for Limit, he is only level 5, but Hylissang is now in trouble. Ooh. Big face breaker there, big shield going to keep him alive. Neon looking for an opportunity to come in, there's the culling. Nisqy more than happy to body block, both sides sort of backing off here.
So Schalke's going to lose a bot wave now. Neon did rotate into the mid, and there's no TPs to catch this bot wave. So if they don't start the Herald, all they're going to lose is just a wave of XP and gold for a flash on the side of Hylissang. So not bad overall. Neon should get in here in time to catch a couple of the creeps. But you can see both teams what they want to do on the map. They want to go for this Herald. Herald snowballs the game so quick, so much gold from the platings, especially when you've got champions like Jax and Lucian in the game. You really want to get gold in them. But Selfmade notices that Schalke had to go back bot side. Limit had to base because he was low on HP, and he's just going to take away this Herald. Basically detected on wards, they know he's doing this most likely. but he knows that Schalke is really can't contest it. They're completely out of tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the big differences that we look at there is that obviously Hylissang as a support at before level 6, still very strong, still very tanky because of just the ludicrous power that is set W, whereas Limit, you know, if he has that Galio ult, maybe they can play more aggressive there, but when he burns the taunt already before a fight even kicks off, they have really no way to do much of anything else. They do not have all of the easy, instantaneous, hard engage options that I think would make this game a lot easier to play. Something like what we saw from you know, Misfits in the previous game, where they had the Camille, they had the ability to kick a fight off instantaneously. They might get that with Broken Blade as we move in later into the game with the Counter-Strike, but for now, they kind of, it's not super easy, I think, to pull off any big plays.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes in. Schalke's mid-jungle base together, so maybe they can impact the map a little bit here, but they're looking on Niski, who has no flash. Limit doesn't have the flash either, but they have the Kai'Sa ultimate if they want to go for this.
Oh, it's going to connect, trying to find the follow-up. Niski will just walk away.
Yeah, just going back to my point, I think this game just looks a lot cleaner from Fnatic, right? They're around 1,500 gold up. They managed to get the Dragon, they got the Herald, and they got the first blood on the counterplay when Broken Blade went too aggressive on top side. So this is a much more stable early game for Fnatic. They have the tools they need to start progressing this game slowly. They've got the Herald, they've got the TP on the side of Whippo, they've got the Destiny on Niski. They just need to play towards the spot side, try to fight around Dragon when it does spawn in 1 minute 20, and try to get some more gold onto upset or on self-made.
And I think it's good that you call that out, because the story of Fnatic's 2021 so far has been one of chaos. I'll hold that thought, though. We've got a bit of a play going on here. They will back off, though, but you can see big gold deficits, massive gold deficits, game-losing gold deficits for Fnatic, and similarly, lots of deaths and a very high combined kills per minute, which basically just means Fnatic were fighting themselves to death over and over again in the previous games that we saw. And you know, it's not always bad to take a fight, but Fnatic just kept taking fights where they were not winning out in gold, they were not winning out in objectives, and as a result, they were losing very quickly. So I like what you said about a slower Fnatic kind of being a good thing to say.
Yeah, and looks like Selfmade's poising here to help Niski get the push. He's probably going to bring Niski with him towards spot side to get the scuttle, try and deny some bot waves, get some vision, maybe even look to start the Drake up. And the whole reason that Selfmade does that is so Niski can push the wave uncontested. Yes, they do share a little bit of XP, but it means that they can move together at the same time. So when they get down to this bot lane, it's really hard for Schalke to contest. And if they did manage to get that waterway and river, they wouldn't really know what Fnatic's up to.
No. And interesting, too, as we just check in on the jungle matchup again, obviously, Selfmade now pulling a little bit ahead in terms of overall XP, in terms of overall creep score as well, which is good to see. Interesting that Gilius has immediately opted for the Zhonya's. Obviously, a lot of AD on this team, all things considered, but not having any Boots of Lucidity, not building towards any piece of Liandry's or any other mythic item quite yet, probably does cost him a decent amount in terms of overall clear speed, as Fnatic right now are just grabbing this Drake uncontested and on vision.
Yeah, if you looked what Selfmade did there, if anyone's trying to become a pressure jungle or anything, just look at what Selfmade did there. He went mid, got Niski the push, went towards bot side, made sure they had the river fully controlled, then on the next wave he heralded bot, made it so it crashed into the tower, and then brought his bot lane to the Dragon. So you can see Selfmade kind of holding hands with Niski, then holding hands with his bot lane, making sure he controls the whole bot side river. Look at the pink wards in the bot side river. Limit is going to come and clear these out, but they managed to get the Dragon. They got the plates on bot tower, so slowly creeping the advantage ahead without actually having to use any spells at all, just using good macro, good knowledge about the game, and playing really well so far, I think.
Not forcing any bigger fights, not forcing any bigger exchanges. And for Schalke, who had the Lucian mid lane, who were able to slow Niski down to a certain degree, but not able to stop him from going top and finding that kill early on in the game. This has not been the early game that they wanted it to be. You know, Gilius' early jungle lead has really amounted to nothing. Maybe that starts to change here, but a difficult start for Schalke.
Yeah, look at this. Hylissang and Selfmade playing together. Selfmade's always playing with someone. He's playing with Niski, he's playing with the bot lane, he's playing with his support, whereas Gilius and Limit seem off sync. Gilius on his Krugs, Limit's trying to contest bot side vision, and this is what happens.
Pull back, suppress, Limit now running for the hills. Aftershock still procs. He's got a few more moments. Big haymaker. The follow-up is going to connect. My God, perfectly aimed there from Selfmade. Just barely getting it to pop on the end.
And now this affects Neon. Neon loses his tower. He can't really catch the wave. This is how the map slowly falls apart when you're not contesting vision as 2 or as 3. Gilius isn't playing too much through mid or with his support too much, whereas Selfmade's using the objectives he has, using the players, the tools that he has, the pushing lanes to make sure that they can secure vision. And if anyone tries to overstep, like Limit did there, they go for the punish. And you can see Schalke move into the top side. They know that all of Fnatic has the vision bot side, try and take away some of these camps, like Selfmade is doing to the bot side.
And I gotta say, Cadril, this is a completely different Fnatic. We've seen it statistically, we're now seeing it in the gold lead that they built. This kind of gold lead was the same deficit that they'd been putting themselves in the 2 previous games that they played. So for now work at Neon.
It's gonna keep canceling him.
Reminder that isolated Kaisa Q, when evolved, is a very, very strong skill, even if not quite enough to one-shot there.
You can see Niski trying to poise towards the top side, trying to defend what Schalke has to throw at the top lane tower, but I think Whippo wants to back off. Didn't really want to try to fight the 2v3, 2v4 that Schalke could go for there. And yeah, like you said, just clean play from Fnatic overall. I think that you can see Selfmade just playing so well around the pushing lanes that he has. And they did manage to get every objective in the game so far. So not playing too much into the Jax, trying to shut him down, rather than instead just trying to get his team ahead to make sure that when it comes to the mid game, if the Jax is split pushing, we can just engage mid, use our Fed Samira, use our Fed Graves, to try and just push in waves and start fights whenever we want.
Caden, I'm just so surprised to see a turnaround across 3 days, across 3 now single games, to see such a shift from Fnatic. Although for Niski, he's going to be in trouble. Close. 50 more range on that Coling, and Abadagi might have been able to finish the job, wasn't quite able to do it.
And the jungle matchup you were talking about earlier is getting worse and worse for the side of Schalke. Selfmade sitting around 20 CS above, is a level up, has finished that Gale Force, so he is really, really strong on his Graves, and that's just comes down to the platings that he managed to get, and just being able to power farm most of this game.
And additionally as well, the incremental advantages he has been building for the rest of his teams are starting to pay off for him as he's able to push deeper and deeper into the enemy jungle. You see Hylissang now setting up that vision, so fewer and fewer camps are easy picking for Gilius. He can't just sit and power farm anymore. And for Neon, he might just be in trouble. The pullback is just going to dunk him down. The immediate gold card follow-up, all too easy. Cleanse not going to work out for Neon, trying to dash to safety, but here comes Upset, not even going to need to use the ultimate. Doesn't even have enough style points to do it, but it's not going to matter. He's going to grab the kill.
Yep, good play there on the side of Fnatic. Niski identifying that Neon was a little bit too far up and Hylissang was on their way. So good punish. I like the flash engage from the side of Hylissang, just making sure they get that done. I'm surprised Niski went for the gold card. I mean, Neon did have the cleanse. I think something like a red card or a blue card for more damage. Could have been fine there. That's one of the only cases where a blue or red card could have been fine.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, it works out. An overall very clean play. And we're very quickly approaching that Samira Nightmare threshold. She already has the Immortal Shield bow, but once she gets the Collector too, this is going to be a very difficult champion to shut down in fights. And at this stage, I don't even think Schalke really want to be forcing larger scale fights against the lineup of Fnatic. They need Broken Blade to get a few more items under his belt. He's finished the Blade of the Rune King, but already we see the Bramble Vest and the Sunfire on the opposite side.
That's the thing, Dracos. Schalke's comp really doesn't want to team fight that much. They just want to go 1-3-1 and just use their priority side lanes to actually do something towards mid. You saw Broken Blade took the top tower, now he's taking the bot tower, so that's the only thing that's going on for Schalke this game. 2 towers taken down, it's all on the side of Broken Blade. And yeah, grouping up's going to be really difficult for them. I think Whippo is building items to make sure that he can just stand in front of Broken Blade's face and clear the wave. He's not looking for the 1v1 too much. I think he knows his job is just to group up around these dragons and start fights. And that's why you see 1-3-1 comps are just difficult to pull off in general, because if you don't get ahead and the enemy team does manage to get dragons, eventually you're forced to fight them. And if you're playing a non-team fight comp and you're forced to fight Drake, the game kind of falls apart.
Yeah, fantastic point. And it's even harder when you're already falling behind in this game. You know, in order to really successfully pull off that 1-3-1, you need a winning side lane. Yeah, okay, Jax beats Orange, sure, but if the Orange starts getting, 2K, 3K ahead, it's a very different story. So now Fnatic get their 3rd Drake. This one could be contested by Schalke. They're just going to give it up. Schalke don't even want to take this fight, but they will have to fight for the next one.
Exactly, and you can see Selfmade did the exact same thing as he did with the first Herald. Herald mid, pushing the wave. Schalke has to respond to the Herald, start the Drake. Schalke has no chance to contest that. What does Schalke do? Let's go topside again, see if we can get something. Broken Blade's up there. Maybe they can get this tower. Maybe they can try to dive someone, whoever catches the wave. But it's going to be Whippo. It's going to be a really tanky one, so it's going to be really difficult for Schalke to get anything on the return. So Fnatic has to back off this mid wave. They know everyone's top side. You can see them hovering towards the bot side of the map. And like you said, Dracos, the 4th dragon, you're going to have to fight it eventually. And that's in 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Knocked there, Broken Blade is just going to walk away and run some way forward. But like you said, Whippo too tanky, not a lot Broken Blade can do here. Still very squishy at this stage of the game. And Kendall, I feel like we're very Fnatic focused, and after the 2 days of disappointing performances, it is good to see them play so well. But I want to talk a little bit about the other side for Schalke, because so far, it's felt very doom and gloom, partially because we're kind of just waiting for them to farm up for their composition to be relevant. But is there actually any other way for them to play the game right now, to find a way back in, to get some advantage over Fnatic?
I mean, the way they've drafted, they need to start pushing these solo laners ahead. Their solo laners are a little bit ahead, 20 CS lead on both of them, but it's just not enough so far, because the global gold and the neutral objective Fnatic's picking up here. I think Gilius just keep
forward.
Zhonya's.
They're going to get Galio as well as Zhonya's. Gilius still looks like he's going to drop again. Selfmade from downtown finding that one. Big fat haymaker coming in from Hylissang. Won't be enough to save his life, but that's the 1-for-1 priority access to the mid lane, and now it looks like tier 1 tower as well.
This is how they need to play the game. Look at bot. Abadagi needs to start pushing in these waves, hitting the tier 2, trying to get some towers on the side lanes, but looks like he's just going to decide to base because I think he's scared of Fnatic being able to TP behind him. Wibbo runs around with the ultimate up. So that fight does end up in a 1-for-1. I thought Gilius was pretty much doomed there when I saw the TF ult come out and he was stuck on the red buff, but Niski went a bit too far upwards, and Abadagi is looking for 1v1 on Niski here. He's a level down.
Goldcard comes out, immediate cleanse, well played for now. Does get the dash forward. Second dash now comes out as well. Second gold card comes in from Niski. Creeps. Very friendly body block there coming through in the end. Abadagi, you have to wonder if one of those dashes or that Gale Force could have been aimed a little bit better, but at the end of the day, Niski is going to be able to walk away.
Pretty clean by Abadagi. The mechanics there were really on point. Did almost take down Niski, and saw Niski was kind of poising aggressively. Abadagi knew that other members are coming down because there's no way Niski would walk up with 10% HP. But going back to your point, I think they need to start putting more vision around their side laners, right? Get Broken Blade bot side, he has TP, so he can respond to any Baron starts. Maybe Abadagi can try to shadow him bot side, so they're 2-man, and they can try and dive Wippo, or try and get a Galley ult down there, so they're 3-man, trying to kill Niski or Wippo on the tower, and then start pushing his 3 onto the tier 2. And then if they do decide to go Baron on the side of Fnatic, then Broken Blade can TP up there and start to contest it. They need to try and be creative. That's the whole problem with their comp. Their comp's really hard to execute in the mid to late game, whereas Fnatic's is a lot easier. You know, they've got so much teamfight tools, globals, and they're scaling super well.
It is certainly a difficult climb back to even gold in this game for Schalke 04. And it's only going to get harder too because Ornn, now level 13, is going to start upgrading these items as well. So even if Jax feels very confident in that side lane, Ornn is now going to just start dishing out thousands of gold worth of value to each and every member of his team the longer this game goes.
Yeah, and you can see 1 minute 50 seconds on the Drake. Schalke trying to contest some mid waves so they can keep control of this bot side river. But Fnatic don't seem to care. I mean, it's still 1 minute 40 seconds till the Dragon. They don't really have to walk in anytime soon. And you can see the jungle difference. I mean, there's a bit of a 2-level gap on the jungle. 40 CS lead. Selfmade is super strong right now. So if it comes to Dragon fight, I think it's so hard for Schalke because they've got so many people they have to shut down. They have to shut down Upset, they have to shut down Selfmade, there's engage from Wippo. They actually have to kill Wippo first. This engage comes in onto Abadagi. He has no cleanse.
Very good. Blastcone, though, going to take my safety flash over the wall. Now he's sleepy. Lucianol. He's going to knock Niski out of it. Selfmade now retreating as we see a fight on the top side of the map. Broken Blade trying to all-in Wippo. Maybe he can get the 1v1, but that's a knock-up now coming in. Wippo going to dash to the safety, but he blocked by his own. No! The leap into the tower! Are you kidding me? Gold TFT, baby! Wippo finding that in the end. I cannot believe it.
Self-mid.
Fight balanced on the knife's edge, but now another one kicking off the mid lane. Gilius running from the hills.
He's going to use the ult.
Time.
Oh, he mistimed it! Oh, he stands still. He knew he mistimed it.
There you go. Now Hillsang back on the way, and he's also going to go. All right, well, as much as we praise Fnatic for not throwing anything away, they're getting a little bit ahead of himself. That's going to be the 3-man taunt. Good from Limit, but he has no follow-up here. Abadagi stepping forward. Goldcard going to finish the job. Upset looking in. He's one off. That's the S-style rank. Spin, spin, spin.
Oh,
Inferno trigger.
my name is Samira. I'm balanced.
Triple kill for Upset. That was looking good for Schalke for a second there, and then, yeah, they got Samira.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go turn towards the Baron here, Dracos. That fight was so messy. We had a fight top, we had a fight on bot side. And yeah, Fnatic's going to turn towards the Baron. Gilius is alive. Broken Blade has the TP, but you can't contest this in a 2v4. Hillesang's on the way as well, so that's 5. But Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, so maybe Schalke can somewhat run towards the bot side while they're on this Baron and try and get some control around it and deny this Ocean Soul point.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, though. Most certainly, Catrol.
They're TPing in, though. Niski wants to contest this Dragon. They're 2v3, but Upset is moving through mid. He's sitting on a lot of gold, so this fight could be somewhat even, but I think that Fnatic, Niski coming out of base, Hillesang getting a good position. I don't think they can take away the Dragon, but they can take the fight.
Important that they have not backed it. Can they steal it? No, Gilius just barely able to grab that one away. Now running for the hills is going to throw it out. They're going to be a little bit slower, but here comes Wippo from downtown. Call the Forge God, going to knock up 2. Hillesang fishing for the follow-up. Walking forward, the entire team here. Fnatic, an absolute death ball. Upset, S-rank ready to go. He can ult at any moment, but they're going to back off for now. Wippo body blocking as Fnatic retreat. Ocean Soul will be spared.
Yeah, so Schalke got the best out of the worst situation possible, right? They lost the Baron, but they managed to get the Dragon. Yes, they lost Limit on the back of it, but they bought 5 minutes, right? And in this comp, even though Broken Blade died 1v1, he will eventually win, Dracos, I'm telling you.
Pedro, I respect the optimism, but it's like, hey guys, I got mugged, but at least they left my bus pass, you know, I can get home.
Yeah, looking at this replay, this is, I think, later on in the fight, after the fight on the bot side of the blue, and I think Selfmade here, he knows he mistimes the ult by about maybe 0.2 seconds, and he just stands still, takes his hands off the keyboard, says, oh my god, I can't believe it. And then Schalke look for the re-engage. Neon has the ult to go for it. Good stopwatch from Niski, and the engage from Limit was good, but the thing is, there's double cleanse on the side of Fnatic. And then Upset just goes in, gets the triple kill. Infinite dashes.
A, then the S. Reset on the
Dashes through the creep with the ult still up. It was pretty clean.
It's very clean mechanics.
Dashes
The
back
back
out.
step to dash through was clean.
Yeah.
The little things.
Upset playing really, really well this game. 5-0-0 on the Samira.
Of course, items now upgraded. Super Gale Force and Super Immortal Shield Bow. They have actual names, but they're not important.
Now Schalke's, this is the worst part. The worst part of the game for a 1-3-1 comp. When the enemy team has Baron and you're the one standing on your towers, because 1-3-1 comps tend to have really, really little wave clear, and you can see that on the champions, right? Lucian, Jax, Lilia, there's really not much wave clear here. Only the Kai'Sa Q is the only thing you've got, so Fnatic are able to step up and start chunking the towers, but the ult comes out from Gilius.
Back off, only managing to sleep one. And very difficult. The sad news is, if they were a little bit closer in this game, Fnatic don't necessarily have the best sieging potential. They have two short-range AD threats on this team, but Niski alone, with that gold card and the massive gold lead that Fnatic have built for themselves, are putting them in a position to just run through Schalke's base. Schalke not comfortable to force a fight on their own terms, on their own territory. And Fnatic now going in, looking to get things kicked off. Eyes on Upset as he fishes for the reset. Broken Blade, that's disastrous because the Counter-Strike is now down, and that is free reign for Fnatic to run through this fight. That's available for Upset. He's going to start to spin. He's going to look for one. He can double rush through for another, but he's not going to go for the follow-up. Playing it nice and slow. Broken Blade, blocking the gold card. Fnatic backing off. Discipline like we have not seen yet this season from this Fnatic lineup to pull away, to not risk anything.
Yeah, so much discipline from Fnatic there. They thought they could go for the 5v5, but I think the Galio ult bought way too much time. Hylissang went way too deep. But it does have an imp for a 1-for-1. They get the objectives and they get out. So 2 imps down. Now there's only 1 left for the side of Fnatic. The Baron buff has run out, so do they want to go towards the top side and start fighting for the tier 3s? Or do they want to wait for the Dragon to respawn? And you can see in the replay here, Neon was just split from his team. And I think you see Hylissang go way too deep here, right? He pops the ult, he backflips Broken Blade, but he's in the middle of 4 people, and it's classic Hylissang deep in the fight. But it doesn't end up too bad for Fnatic to get the objective and take it out.
Definitely could have been a gigantic disaster for Schalke. Obviously losing 2 inhibitors, they're also at a 10k gold deficit. You're 2 minutes away from Drake, and Niski teleporting into most likely one-shot Gilius here. Gilius gonna run for the hills though. Protobelt giving him that extra move speed. Oh, there it is.
He timed it right this time.
This time he got it.
Now he's standing still saying he's got it this time.
Give him the little heart. All right, so I think that's 3 for 4 for Selfmade, which is a C, but we'll take those on the
We
alt
take
kills.
those. And Fnatic, even though the Dragon's spawning in 1 minute, they're ignoring Broken Blade. They know that the only objective here is this top tower. So they're going to try and engage on it, try and force them back from the tower to make sure they get this objective.
Fishing, but going wide, is going to find a single knockup, interrupted by Limit now as the entire team retreats. But oh no, the stun card lands, Upset immediately there for the follow-up. Broken Blade going to try to fish through with the double rush back. Now looking for the S tier, now the spin, and that's it. Upset moving through as Selfmade finishes the job, and Fnatic, this should just be the slow, clean closeout here. A nice turn to the end of their first week as they're looking to finish it out in style. The dunk back, the massive haymaker across the team. It's going to be 3-member sleep though. There's no follow-up.
There's no follow-up.
Niski didn't get slept, he still has the gold card. They can't do anything to walk forward, and that means Fnatic, Schalke are just gonna have to watch as their base is torn to pieces. Fnatic and Schalke both gonna finish the week at 1-2, but Fnatic will find a win in week 1.
Yeah, really clean game from Fnatic. I think there was only a couple mistakes here and there, but really good draft, really good execution. I think Fnatic, I won't say they're back, but I think this game shows that there is potential and they're looking really good.
And certainly refreshing to see a pace of play which is not full steam ahead, run into every fight, no questions asked. A nice adjustment from Fnatic on day 3.
And I think huge props to the carries, right? Upset had a fantastic game. He was popping off in fights, he did his job, and Niski was ulting around the map exactly when he needed to. Even got solo picks, so you can see the confidence from him coming from the carries, even though they were down 0-2.
Yeah, it was overall a really solid look for the team, and I think for Schalke No Fear, it's, and pretty much for every team, I think when you look at it, it's been kind of a grab bag of different teams and different play styles. We saw Sarah yesterday, which looked really good at first, which on paper seemed really good. That kind of fell apart as we moved later in the game. And we'll just have to see how these teams adjust for week 2. It's hard to know where to rank these teams, but today is Fnatic, the media player of the game, not LEC, Niski, and Upset. And as Kadril mentioned, fantastic performances across the board, but I have a sneaking suspicion who you would vote for here, Kadril.
I would vote for Upset. Were you thinking Selfmade?
It's Selfmade. You literally, all you said all game was like, did you see how Selfmade set up the lane?
Yeah, Selfmade played really well.
See how Selfmade
but you gotta vote for the flashy player. Upset made a triple kill happen and it looks really clean. The flashy.
Here's my opinion. You can vote for Upset, but also there is a vote for banning Samira and Solo. Just my opinion. We're gonna have one more game left in our Super Week as Excel and G2 Esports hit the rift.
waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to LEC 2021 Spring. Fnatic save their week 1, and I have Niski with me to talk about this fantastic victory. Thank you for joining me, Niski.
Thank you for the invitation
You hear
to
me?
this
Yeah.
interview.
Okay. Well,
Yes, I do.
How do you feel right now after this one victory that you've been waiting for?
I mean, it feels good to win because we went 0-2, and I feel like it always feels bad to start by losing games, but I was never worried, you know, because I know we're good. We just have to click as a team, and then we will get there, you know. So for me, it was just a matter of time, and I think this win proves to people that if we were all on the same page, then we're going to be really strong as a team.
I agree, and we could see that during this game, but let's rewind a bit and talk about the first two games, because looking at Fnatic, you were taking some hasty fights, if I may say, and from the outside it looks like communications issues between the team. Am I right to point out communication here, or is that something else also?
I mean, I think it's a bit of both. I think in our two losses, we made a lot of solo plays, not necessarily plays that were calculated, compared to today where we planned everything, everyone knew what was going into the game, and everyone was contributing to what was going on as well. And also, yeah, sometimes we talk, like everyone talks a lot, and today I felt like everyone was way more calm, which helped a lot as well. So I'd say it's a bit of both, but for me, it's mostly all being on the same page and doing the same thing together.
Yeah, you mentioned everyone talking, and I mean, you can see it with this Fnatic, a lot of strong personalities and voices with experienced players. And when you look at a team like that, to me, it seems difficult for someone to find a stronger voice, or just for people to find their place within the team. So right now, with the Fnatic we're seeing, who is in charge, who's leading, and who has to follow the calls?
I mean, right now we don't necessarily have someone leading. It just depends on what champion we play and who's strong into the game. But I'd say Oscar usually leads. I mean, Selfmade leads the early game usually, and Hilly. And then if we make plays, then it's all the team. And then if someone gets fed, then he takes over the game. Basically, it's like that, yeah.
All right, so standard communication here. But talking about you, Niski, you've been playing a lot of roaming champions, the likes of Galio, TF just this game. Tell me a bit more about your playstyle and your role within the team with this champion right now.
I mean, for now, I'm not sure necessarily what is the best. I'm still trying to find what fits us really well and what fits me as well in this meta. But I mean, of course, TF is like one of my comfort picks. Like I played it a lot before, so it felt kind of natural for me to play it. But yeah, of course, like for other picks, we still need time. I had to get used to it. Roaming champs are usually excel at, and yeah, we'll see if we can make them work, you know.
I'm still waiting to see your Zoe. I know you have an incredible Zoe, and you were fantastic in NA with the champion. So hopefully you can play the champion next week. But we didn't see you in Europe for 3 years actually. How much did you change as a player and a human actually since then?
I mean, for me, I changed a lot
30
just
seconds
because I
until
felt like
minions
I
spawn.
matured a lot. Back when I was in Splice, I was more like technically a rookie back then. Right now I feel like I'm kind of on the veteran side, and I know way more about the game. I know how to kind of be a good teammate, help the people around me, just be a good guy just in general. And also my team game and my communication is just way better than it was before. So yeah, for me, I just think I have way more experience and I have grown a lot in kind of
Minions
everything
have
involved.
spawned.
So I think I found my playstyle, and I'm trying to see if it works in Europe as well, because it worked in NA, I'd say, and I will try to adapt it for Europe right now.
Yeah, you grabbed a lot of experience overseas, and coming back to Europe, do you think the competition changed, especially on the mid lane?
Yeah, definitely. I think in Europe, the mid laner is way more punishing than in NA, where, for example, I don't know, in NA you can have a get away with our you usually like blind picking champions that are punishable. I know that the mid laners can punish it, right? But for example, they wouldn't. So yeah, it's way more. It's not that easy to do. I'd say at least it's like harder compared to NA. And I think just better in general, mechanically, and also yeah, just champion pool wise.
You can find your place and
Thank you.
blood.
The world has seen enough darkness. Pushing my limits. Everywhere I go, the light follows.
And welcome back to the conclusion of the LEC season, joined by Deficio ahead of Exile versus Esports. It's a battle between two pioneers behind in the top lane. Of course, because Deficio is back, I needed to have him all to myself.
Ally has been slain.
Would it help if I apologize?
He won. Yes, it's true. I think also Price is like the biggest mismatch ever. Or picked up last year. Because when they picked him up, because he was dominating like solo queue and QL through like pure carry captains. And even like when he came in, he played a very like KO every game and he's trying to 29 in the
An
side.
ally has been slain.
And one split later, he's demonstrated to play support top laners. I'm not sure what happened there. Wonder he played the strong. Wonder doesn't care.
Just before I start arguing,
Even now.
I'm just checking out. Are we short on time? Are we going to be good? We need to. Okay, so we need to fill just a little bit longer. I do have a little mini game. So for production, while you're working through, let me get down to 90 seconds. Let's go. Shield per minute, but I don't know what the scale is, right? I don't know what the inside picture is. I'm going to zoom out for a second and I'm going to challenge you. Make them themselves. Because you see the movie from Cries, you see the Ivan for Cries, sure, but you see the tail loss. Yeah, but it doesn't.
Okay, so generally I'm extremely boring when it comes to kind of what I like from my teams in terms of pick ban. Like I want super easy to execute, simple, the same stuff every week, and just try and get as many wins as possible. And that's actually kind of how Excel wants to play. Because they played also last split, like they played super easy comps, often built around Patrick, because he is your biggest star, like that's where you have the highest chance of winning. So part of me really loves that. Now I will say that it's a little bit too easy to get like shut them down before someone like Patrick can take over. And then it's like really hard. No matter what you do. So I kind of want to like that. Really nice in the first 20 minutes. They just give away a lot of gold for the
And G2 have done many times in the past.
Try and
What
push
an
that
iteration.
Like, give me a couple of kills in the early game.
How
Run bot side a little bit.
Punish Reckless and punch. And throw that up the weapon circuit.
No, it's really easy to punish it early. It's very hard to get it. It's very easy. Aggressive early game jungle from there could be something. Something that can either, let's say, try and grab it. Alright, try and first with the full jungle straight try and first with try and then play it there. Actually see if you can infuse ideally the bottom side. If you are playing a small top, I don't care about top. They can sit and shoot it.
We had the guy
It never
from also Checklot as a player, he likes to be in your face, he likes to push, he likes to play aggro, and if he's able to get his hands on the TF and be able to unlock some of those advantages.
I think that's how you get ahead at least, and G2 will still win late game most of the time, but it's your best chance to your Excel. Early pick, go bot lane, kill Mickey. He likes to end it lane from time to time. That's a couple of kills you can pick up.
Now, remind me if I'm mistaken, but during Ready Check earlier today, there was 2 players that were unkilled coming into this game. Lawson and Record. And the fact that both players go to this fight.
Oh, that wasn't a question.
Does Record go unkilled today? Because in the theory, you say yes.
So, kill Mickey.
So Mickey will sacrifice himself. The KDA player, the ultimate European KDA player alive.
Interesting. That's my prediction on that one.
Okay, we are just about ready for picks advances. Quick fire round. I didn't get much of the time.
An ally has been slain.
Because this is what you're
An ally has been slain.
Throw them out there. What do we need to look at?
Enemy
Underdog versus Faces.
Power, better, good, great, whatever it is.
Plucky
ally
British
has been
organization.
slain.
Fight first.
Fight for first. There we go. Let's hope we get some spicy picks in the top lane. And excellent duty plays on our opening week. There goes Caedrel. Use those narratives.
Wow.
Fight for first.
Kind of makes you wonder what he does at Misfits. He's so good at this. Dang. All right. I mean, good job to Fischio. What do we talk about now?
New narrative.
Why are support items always useless or broken? And why are supports never the ones breaking support items? Anyway, we don't have to worry about that anymore because now we're going to have Champ Select going down. So let's take a look at Champion Select. Play the music! After all the KOs and Vladimir's last year, I'm excited to see what he can do on something a little bit more conventional.
Might I even know? And then it's become very closely like Jax, which is really good. Akali, haven't seen much of well. Olaf's also banned away, so they're going to take away the Kai'Sa, which is to be expected. Kai'Sa is the strongest AD in the game right now by the looks of it. Looking at meta and such, and so that's something that the Exile could go for, because Galio could go into the Akali as well.
And historically, if she does get hit by it, making her very
very comfortable, and I like the change up from Exile. No more supportive champions, no more scaling. These champs are ready to fight. They spike early on, they spike later on. Good, solid core champions that they have here. So fitting that with some kind of supportive engage or perhaps supportive jungler, it's going to make their comp really, really strong.
And I really love having the access to the Scatter the Weak as well as the hookshot from McNeil. Simple forms of CC to kick fights off in your favor. Very reactive. A lot of these could be very proactive. Side of the map. Macaulay technically a flex. We've seen Wonder play it before.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely look like a flex here, and I think that Jack's managed to do well, but anyway, champions is a struggle against.
Support, engage support is gone. What? Hello? No way. No, dude. What? No.
They actually did it.
Okay, that's
no, Galio is even better now, 100%. You've got this melee champ of Irelia, melee champ of Akali diving in. Galio is such good deal. So but I like Voodoo. It's a really strong unit, so if you're in range of Voodoo, you can do so much damage. And things like the Irelia and Akali will always be in range. So, not a bad thing overall.
And I think the amount of space that you're going to get in the team fight with the Nautilus and an Udyr who can both, between Bear Stance and the staggering blow passive from Nautilus, just stun a lot of these characters very consistent who want to
Enemy killing spree.
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
Taking the skill to Christ, so we'll be interested to see how this plays.
And overall, this is something that I think is going to be
An ally has been slain.
Because as mentioned before, I think that
Enemy rampage.
straight away scaling options are more out of the box. He can better choices. This most likely is a game that matters. In week 1, we're going to have to see if it'll work out in his favor. For now, though, big trade on the bottom side. Patrick just making the most of the hail of blades into the Acapian rain proc there.
We can do this.
Very strong.
Yeah, hail of blades from Klasa. Super strong in the early game, especially with the hook. Into Mickey. Both junglers on the top side, so both junglers.
Has been destroyed.
Chocolate no mana though, so Cap's feeling instantly a lot more comfortable in the lane.
Unstoppable.
Mana on just using the E Blade Dance to grab CS here, so not able to Blade Search those creeps, get some of that health back early on in the game. Heal making good on
40 CS already, hasn't based, level 5. He's coming towards the Raptors as well, and Chocolate hasn't based yet.
in trouble, no mana either. Chocolate definitely overtaking. trying to go to the tower, and that right there is the turnaround they needed, the 1-for-1.
I mean, Yex could have got the kill, but I think he was trying to get his still good for side of Tori needs to see that again. A bit further back. And it's here where Mickey tries to give the kill. He counts his auto attack, but the heal from Patrick means they have to commit, and Tori sees that, and he flashes and he pulls in Reckless just in time. Not sure if he was aiming to predict his flash there, but it was really well played from Tori. Like I said, still a play for G2.
Yeah, excuse me, I criticized Jordan when I said Patrick. Not as bad as Kave tumbling into his opponent for an level 1, but, you know, definitely not a mistake you can afford to make.
An enemy has been slain.
Yankos has been covering the lane, so it makes sense. Flash.
Snare is going to the ball. Will get down.
An ally has been slain.
Collapse on the mid lane.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Wave at least as Kai'Sa managed to push that one.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
She get the kill onto Chocolate now, so Yanko's having a lot of impact around the map.